updates online from the European Commission, from Helen Banegas from EASEA. We didn't receive yet the video recording, so if we receive it through the day, we will of course share it during the day. Otherwise, if there is any update coming afterwards, after the AGM, we will also share it with all of you. But we'll update on that part. After that, we will have a presentation from the Erasmus Plus support service, and you will hear more about how we work together, of course. And afterwards, and for this, I would like to start by welcoming warmly, and I will ask you to join us to welcome our guests from the ESA organizations who are here with us. So we will have a dedicated session where we will be able to hear from everyone, where we will be able to exchange together, and after we'll enjoy a little coffee break before going back to other sessions, including more information about the ESA. That I'm sure you are all keen on hearing more, hearing updates about what happened through the last months, and also looking in the future how you can be engaged more. But you will also hear directly from members who already implemented a lot of activities in the past months. So it was actually busy months. This time you will be able to hear some feedbacks. And after we'll go to breakout groups, because the idea indeed is to hear from everyone. So actually it's our event all together, so please make sure to share your ideas, your suggestions, anything you want. And during the breakout room is the best moment to share and to build actually a structure that will take on board in all doing our activities during the year. So we'll have the breakout group session 1. You have the list of the activities, so maybe start already to have a look at which activities you would like to go. After the session on the other activities, we'll go directly to the breakout groups. After we have the group, and after we have the lunch break. And after the lunch break, we go back to the breakout groups. So like this, you can try 2 groups. So you can already have a look and see which ones are the 2 that you would like to go to. And as you know, we will try to divide the groups evenly in the rooms to discuss. After we'll have a presentation of the breakout groups findings, and after that there will be updates about the rules of procedures by Luan, so we'll be able as well to discuss. After we go to the coffee break, and when we come back, we have a session to go back to what happened throughout the last month, the last year, and this will help us to introduce our plan for this year as a board, what we want to achieve, and we'll welcome, of course, your suggestions to build it together. And after, of course, this is included in the open floor where we welcome your feedbacks and any questions. And you will have also, as last sessions, an information session on the reimbursement procedure. So like this, of course, not only for this activity, but in the future for all activities. And after we'll close this AGM for today, we'll have a dinner all together. So I will not be much longer, but as we need to adopt the agenda, I would like to ask you all in the room if there is any objection, if there is something that you would like to say right now. If not, it will be adopted. Is it fine? Everyone? Adopted, so we can start now.
Thank you very much. This was the example of flawless democratic procedure within Oceans. Thank you very much, Leila, for the overview of the agenda. But based on what Leila just outlined, are there any questions, logistical questions, or any type of Okay, I will take that as a no. In any case, if there are questions that arise during of course, you have board here, especially for the logistical questions, you have ICF, we have ICF in the background, but ICF, Claire, or I assume Claire, is going to have their own session in short while. Yesterday we were discussing about Oceans members who are with us, who are not with us, especially, and yesterday one of the focal points of several of yours interventions was exactly that one of Oceans members who can or cannot travel with or without visa. The freedom of movement is not a default, it's a privilege given to us. However, we are not speaking only here about unfortunately, only about visa. Applying from their homes in peacetime. We're speaking also here about Oceans members who are affected by war, and this is also one of the reasons that in the year that we have a certain number of members who are directly affected with war, and that's why they cannot attend. And as you know, every time when there is a member who gets refused a visa or there is a delay in visa process, we do put these members on a reserve list. Unfortunately, some of the members, this is I think third year for some members because they couldn't get the visa or they couldn't travel. Unfortunately, for some of them, including this year we have, if I'm not wrong, 5 members who could not join us. 2 from Palestine,
2 from Algeria,
Iran,
Indonesia.
So even more than 5 or 6 members. Yeah, exactly. So we are like. And not all of them could be substituted due to logistical reasons, and this is especially we want to pass our regards especially to them, to those of them who in some cases on time or but especially to those who are coming from areas affected by war, whose either planes couldn't take off or who could not go out of their country. Luckily, Mohammed arrived yesterday, despite against all odds. Because just like 3 days ago, he wasn't so optimistic that he would make it. However, our colleague from Erasmus Mundus Association, Razan, played a crucial role motivating him to go. She told him, Mohammed, no risk, no profit. You need to try these tasty cookies that everyone is going to bring. Speaking of the cookies, yesterday we left a lot of cookies, and they are now in my room. So don't come to my room; the cookies will come to you during the coffee break. But jokes aside, this is the second year that. Dedication for one of our members, Hanadi from Gaza. For those who don't know, Hanadi is our active member who has been engaged in our activities, who has been part of Oceans for now several years. At our AGM in Vienna, at least I met her there, and this is the last time that I met her in person. Since then, Hanadi has been in Gaza since 7th of October, and even before that, I mean, the life in Gaza, of course, hasn't been pleasant. However, what she has been surviving her family in the past 20 months cannot compare to anything survived, including those of us who have been born and raised during the war, including myself, because what is currently happening in Gaza is beyond what human mind could imagine, and that's why we are in contact with Hanadi, regular contact with her, and sometimes when I send her a message, I am ashamed because I don't know what to ask. It's very hard to ask someone whose house is destroyed, who lives with her family under a permanent and every time when she responds, not only to me but to us, she always has this line that she starts with after we ask her, how are you? Ask. You cannot help, you cannot do anything with your own hands in order to help her in any way, to relieve her in any way of what she's going through, and she always responds, she starts by responding, we are still alive. And this is something that brings me to thinking about we are speaking traveling, cooperation, international mobility, tra-la-la, but in a lot of cases, if someone faces this type of existential threat, all of these needs and benefits that we are discussing about cease to exist, at least for the moment, once we read we reserved the spot last year. We reserved the spot this year. I have to say ICF made their utmost maximum of... ICF actually booked 2 tickets for her because during the ceasefire we hoped she would go out of Gaza. By the way, she managed to get last year a scholarship by the Spanish government to study at University of Barcelona. She's a graduate of English language and literature. So basically her spot in Barcelona is waiting for her. As well, so the ICF booked a ticket from Egypt and from Spain for her, just in case she manages to get out. However, in this case, we wanted to have Hanadi with us, at least through a video message. I'm sorry, through audio message. And without going much deeper into how is she doing, we thought it might be even more direct and I will not say emotional, because not necessarily emotions is not something that we necessarily hear. Actually, the facts on the ground. What is her day-to-day life? How is she doing? And I think this would hearing Hanadi's voice, even for her, will, I'm sure, leave a strong impact on you guys. Therefore, I would like to ask Leila just to reproduce the audio. It's 2.5 minutes message.
Hi everyone. My name is Hanadi Abu Jazar. I am speaking to you today amongst the starvation and genocide here from Gaza. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you attending the Ocean's annual general meeting. I truly wish I could be with you in person, but I'm very grateful for this opportunity to share a few words with you. As a proud member of this incredible network, I want to thank you all of your continuous solidarity and support. Today, I want to highlight something that is deeply painful and urgent, which is the importance of ensuring equal access to education for all, especially for those living in conflict-affected areas like Gaza. For over 2 years now, Gaza has endured an unimaginably humanitarian catastrophe. The ongoing genocide has not only destroyed homes, schools, and hospitals. It has shattered our lives, our futures, and dreams. Our educational system is ruined. Schools have been turned into shelters or destroyed completely. All people here have been displaced or killed, and yet our wills to learn and rise remains unbroken. As a Palestinian international student, I was awarded a scholarship to pursue my master's degree abroad. But like many others, I have been stranded in Gaza and unable to leave due to prolonged closure of the borders. Hundreds of Palestinian students are bright, ambitious, and full of promise, have already lost their scholarships because they simply couldn't exist. Our opportunity are being taken from us not for lack of merit, but because of the war, the borders, and indifference. I share this not for sympathy, but to raise awareness. Equal access to education must not be a slogan. It must be a reality, and that reality must include the most marginalized students, even those under siege and war. Thank you all for keeping us in your hearts. Please continue to advocate for the right of every young person to learn, succeed, and participate regardless of where they are born or where or what they are going through. I may not be with you physically today, but I'm with you in spirit. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This video is not meant to bring any of you down. As you can hear, I mean, Hanadi is, and Hanadi's never down. This is the thing. Every time, as I said, she does say we're still alive, but then in the next 10 sentences, she would always come up with positive thoughts and positive messages to us. So that's why Hanadi is going to remain on the reserve list for next year, as many of others who didn't manage to join us this year or last year. But in any case, this is again a strong message for all of us to push and to promote what the core message of her audio, which is equal access to education. And when we say that, we don't only mean equal access in terms of freedom of movement, but in fact directly being able to attend university, not while being under siege and under war. As she mentioned, all universities in Gaza are destroyed. But in the upcoming years, I really hope that Gaza is going to be rebuilt, also by our support. Last year and the year before, right after the invasion, we did start fundraising for Hanadi, and the Oceans community did react. However, again, that can only help as much. But in any case, what we can hope for now is for the war to end, for the genocide to end, and for Gaza to be rebuilt. And then hopefully next year we're going to see Hanadi with us on the panel, actually. And we would really love to have this happen.
Thank you so much. And indeed, all our thoughts are with Hanadi, with everyone that couldn't make it here today, and also our board member, Mohamed Rajai, couldn't come because he's in Iran. So, of course, our greetings and safe wishes, of course, to him and for everyone facing any situation, actually, that is making life more difficult. Because indeed, through last year, from what you understood through our different activities, for a different project that we did, we were focusing much on inclusivity. Because exactly, ensuring equal access to education is the key, and why we are here actually. It's to share opportunities, to share, to make impact actually, to go back to our communities, to go back to different places, and to make sure that those who don't have those opportunities, we bring it to them, we bring that information. Only having the information is already helping. And after, of course, there are some things that are a bit out of our hands, but we can all try to do something. And one person can go far, but all of us can go together and can go further. So let's make it, let's do it. And indeed, now for yesterday, you understood as well that we were focusing now more on the impact of international mobility on ourselves, but also on our career development. So in this is also something that we'll try to do more during the further year, as well as to see how international mobility is impacting us through developing our skills for mutual understandings, communication, team spirit, a lot of things like this, because indeed we are a family, and hearing from each other, hearing from our realities. So it is important that we all understand each other, that we know our own realities, to see what our concerns, what our challenges, so we can find global solutions. Because we have good practices, we have different challenges in our communities, and we need to build together. So now, of course, this is a space for it. Not only today, of course, not only during the AGM or annual conference, it's throughout all the year. So now it builds, of course, the basis. We have the chance, and yesterday our dear Alexandra mentioned the importance to see who is in the room, and who should be in the room, who we want to see in the room. And that is important. Of course, today now we are all here, all of us here in the room, and also online. But in the future, hopefully, we will be more of us in the room, and again in all corners of the world. And that is the most beautiful thing that we can do, and that will show the impact that we do. So now of course, without further ado, we will deep dive into our sessions. But before that, of course, we need to get to know each other. We are in the room, right? So, but before this, and this is, you will hear me sometimes saying it during the day, but you know, I was saying that indeed we are one family. But during one of the previous events, and that's the nice thing of mobility, you learn languages, you learn some words. And I learned a nice word, actually 2 words. So I will say one, and after you will say the other one. But first I will say 2. So, does anyone understand what is Sisonke Simuni? Yes. So, Sisonke Simuni means all for one. So when I say Sisonke, you say? Sisonke Simuni. Sisonke Simuni. Sisonke Simuni. Sisonke Simuni. Yay! So now actually we have something for you. a little game. Maybe you can check.
Yes, I can do the intro. Leila gave now this foreign language nice words. Can I teach you also some nice words?
Sure.
Foreign language. Usually when we learn languages, we don't really learn nice words from the start. But maybe let's keep the Bosnian language crash course for the evening. And for now, I would invite you to. We did yesterday kind of intro session, introduction session. Now we are going to dive a bit deeper into not only what's your name, what's the meaning of your name, but we are going to play human bingo. You need to find, there are descriptions of persons on your bingo sheet, and you need to find the people who correspond to the description in the sheet. How you do it? You go and you mingle with people, talk to people, and ask them, does anyone speak Bosnian language as a third language? Something like that. I don't think this is on the bingo sheet, but that's the drill. And the person who fills out the whole bingo sheet is going to get.
This time we'll make it easier because we have only 10 minutes. But of course, after you can continue later. But what I would suggest.
That's easy then.
No, it's not that easy.
Wow.
So in the document, so you have the ones who fill a full line, so only 5 actually, so it's not that much, but it needs to be a continued line. So you will meet everyone and you will see if they did such activity or not, if they lived in more than 2 countries, so a lot of questions. And if you find someone who is doing the full line, either horizontally or vertically, but also diagonal, then you just shout bingo. And we have only 10 minutes, so the first one winning will have a little gift. And afterwards, otherwise, if we don't have winners, of course, you will have time. And we encourage you, of course, to use it, to go to the others, and to try to meet and to learn from everyone.
Okay, now get up. Yes, there's a question.
So basically what we have to do is just write name of people here, and we have to fill one text.
Yes.
Okay.
Scott.
You need to find one person that is fitting all the criteria for one line.
Scott had a question.
Can you count yourself?
No. No. You already know yourself, so. But we already made it very easy for you. Usually the rules of the bingo is you need to fill the whole bingo. So now go.
10 minutes?
But I think they would be able to make it in 10 minutes, like the whole sheet. I think. Yeah? So for example,
It's just a line, right? Yeah, I have the line. No, it's not all. It's just a line. I can't. I'm a board member.
Okay, we need an ordinary member. Right now you're going
And I was competing so hard.
And Michelle, we give you like just 5 more minutes, like this will give us the chance, but if not, you do it.
I think.
I was like,
Can I write like board questions because he?
Of course, yeah. The idea actually is to find someone who is fitting one line. One person, one line.
One person, one.
One line, yeah.
only mine.
That is covering all the criteria. Do you have something?
It's like this. All should be Scott then.
Yeah. Yeah. If you, I don't want to make it too hard, but that is the idea initially. Do you for something of those ones?
Wow.
Did you find?
Yeah, she did.
Okay,
She asked
then
me.
you can. Okay, Razan.
Razan, you need
You
to
need
try.
to talk before someone else. I need to find someone else. Yeah, you need to.
Okay, that's all you want.
bingo!
You can.
Bingo? No, we have a bingo. What I say? We do have a bingo now. No, you need to shout. I said you need to shout. Okay, si sonke?
I told you, they would have had time to feel it out. They say
Like this one?
It's okay,
This was
No, not yet.
Let's do it. much taken by the bingo.
Yeah. I think. Okay, let's take places.
Hello, hello.
Easy. Let's go back to our places. And let's continue filling out our during the evening or during the coffee breaks.
You will have plenty of time during the coffee breaks, and we encourage you actually to speak, to continue to meet each other and to exchange.
Exactly, but now we would like to announce the winner of this year's AGM 2026 Bingo Game.
26?
2025. I'm a bit lost in time.
You're in the future.
Yeah. Pan nije sad mi je biciklo, sad mi je blizu, pite da ne trebam biciklo. Ali ima naš čvrlo, ima.
Hello, hello. We are going to announce the winner now.
Ja, mislim, u teoriji mogu ići, ali ne ide. Mario is looking for someone who commutes.
We are going to announce the winner now, so we can just join our seats.
Maybe Claire. Claire, do you commute? Do you commute to the work by bicycle?
Oh.
Not by bicycle. Okay.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone.
Okay, now I will have to call names. Ilham.
Ilham.
Ilham, please take your place.
Yasin. Yasin.
Yes, Scott, please take your place. Why are you? But you won already. You are the second place. Go and sit.
No, I have 3 lines now.
You 3 lines. No.
All different people.
Wow. Yeah, well, that's why I said Layla gave you all too easy of a task. The task should have been full bingo sheets. That would have, yes. Then you would lack 3 or 4 people because we were here like what? Or maybe we were 25. But then you could have had the chance to go out and ask other guests of the hotel, because look, we have here bingo, human bingo with 2 young people and 1 old elderly gentleman. And I don't know if you noticed, but last night our hotel was crashed by 70 American pensioners. 70, yes. So that's why you could have asked them and asked, hello Kimberly, do you commute to work by bicycle? And Kimberly would tell you, no, I don't have a work, I don't have a bicycle, my hip hurts. I cannot do it anymore. But in any case, now Layla is going to announce the winner of today's bingo session. We wonder who that is.
Before announcing the winner, I would like to say that there is no age limit in Oceans. In 40 years, we will be here all together. And
hopefully the European Commission is going to fund us for 40 different years. That's so funny.
Hopefully.
That's so
but
funny.
Indeed, we have our winner of the Human Bingo 2025.
5, 6, as I said, yeah.
6. But I would like to call here Razan.
Razan, you present your bingo.
Yes, please.
Do we have a
Yes,
microphone?
what is the line?
Just a
The line?
second.
Okay.
So it's the 3rd line, has attended a major international conference. Samir is a mentor or has mentored others. Samir is not a new network member, vice president, and creative hobby, painting, photography, and studied in a field unrelated to their current role. Yeah, it's 1 line.
Those are Layla's rules. You need to find 1 person who will fill the whole line.
You didn't get the game.
But basically, actually, I would like to say that there is no winner. We are all winners, because the ones who won actually are the ones that understood what is the aim of this game. Samir. Actually, no. The ones who won are the ones who understood the aim of this game.
It's not to win, to find the line. It's to speak to the most people possible. So that's, you're all winners.
If it was according to the rules, you would have to find a different person for every box. But okay, Leila had a point because Leila said we are maybe here not enough, so we would not be able to find enough different people. That's why my point, go talk to Jessica from North Dakota. You found, yeah. That's why AGM 2026, we're going to bring 10 additional pensioners here, and then we're going to have a hard rules bingo sheet. But today, we congratulate Razan. Razan, we hope the bottle will serve you well in the next 40 years, and then you can rejoin the AGM in 2065. 1 minute. I think we're well ahead of time.
Congratulations actually to all of you, and we encourage you, of course, to we'll have plenty of time all the day to continue to speak to each other. But now we'll deep dive into our agenda, and now I would like to give the word to Claire from ICF to start from the first session. Thank you. Okay, I'm clearly not Hélène Banegas, so. Yeah. Thank you very much for allowing me to give a short presentation. I will keep it very short because I know that there is more interesting presentations coming afterwards. So I'm Claire Moretti from the Erasmus Plus Support Service. I've been in the past also an Oceans member, so it's very nice for me to be here with you today in a different role. I am part of a larger team that supports the activities not only of the Oceans Network, as you know, but of all the other Erasmus Plus alumni networks. So we do have a communication team, of which we have Arnaud here in the back, that is helping out today with all the communication-related aspects. Then we have an IT and website support. We have an events support, of which Pierine, who is with us today, is part. We have a capacity building services that are organizing training, for instance, the training in Vietnam, in which I think some of you participated. Then we have a survey and analytical support, and also a legal and accounting support service. So behind the scene, we support the board and the network with the organization of internal meetings, for instance, the board meetings, the annual conference, the AGM, but also the organization of trainings, such as the one in Vietnam. And then we also provide strategic support. So, for instance, last year we did this maturity matrix to see what is the maturity level of the Oceans Network. But maybe the biggest part of our work is to support Work Package 3, which is the work package that support the activities that come from the members. So just, I'm sure that you are all familiar with Work Package 3 because you received a lot of guidance, so I will not explain it in detail. But just for you to know, so Work Package 3 supports the alumni network's activities and events from all over the world to build the competencies of members and to enhance their role as ambassador of the Erasmus Plus programs. So there are different types of activities. So we have networking and professional development activities, activities to update on the European programs and policies, activities to that support grassroots initiatives in local communities, activities for members to share their Erasmus Plus experiences, and mentoring activities. So in the 2 rounds of expression of interests for this work package that we had in January and March, we received a total of 89 expression of interest. So this is for all networks, not only for Oceans. And of these, 81 were assessed. So this is because 3 were duplicates and 5 had been withdrawn during the process. So of these, 66 were recommended for funding, so the green one, and 16 were not recommended for funding during the assessment. So of these, to give you an idea of the impact that these activities have, the number of participants covered by the EOIs that were submitted is more than 7,000, and of the ones that were recommended for funding, it is more than 5,500 participants in total for these events. So if we look at the EOIs recommended for funding by network, you can see that Oceans had 100% of AOIs that were presented recommended for funding. So very well done. However, you can see that across the networks, the percentage of recommended for funding is quite high. So well done to all the other networks as well. And the types of activities requested, you can see a bit of a breakdown. The majority were networking and professional development activities and supporting initiatives in local communities. So this for all networks. But then you can see that the spread was quite well balanced. And if we look at the statistics per region, the region with most EOIs is Europe, and third countries associated to the program. So with most activities from EMA, ESN, and Garage Erasmus. And immediately second is Sub-Saharan Africa, with ASAF and Oceans leading on this region. And activities for which we have not received EOIs during the two calls are Central Asia, Pacific, Caribbean, and US and Canada. And if we look very briefly at the EOIs recommended for funding per region, EU member states and third countries associated to the programs is Sub-Saharan Africa is the one with most activities recommended for funding, and second one is EU member states and third country associated programs. Sorry. And then if we zoom in only for Oceans, you will see that so these are not only for the call but also the ad hoc activities that were requested by Oceans. The majority are Erasmus plus experiences. So this is when a member attends a conference or some kind of high-level event and present their experience. And this is then followed by grassroots initiatives. And I've added also the number of activity of EOI per region. So you can see that it's quite well spread, really reflecting the global aspect of Oceans. So we have 6 in Sub-Saharan Africa, 2 in South Mediterranean, and then 1 in all other regions, and 2 in Asia. So, and then you will hear more from participants that actually have implemented these activities later on today, but I just wanted to give you some examples of the activities that were funded. So you have an Erasmus Plus awareness and study abroad info session at LASU. You have an activity about strengthening and expanding bridges to and from Latin America through international mobility. And you have an exhibition in the Sustainable Erasmus World. So what I really like to stress is that these activities really cover a broad range of topics. So I think it really shows how Oceans is a very dynamic and active community. So thank you very much for your attention. And I will... the next round of call. So it has not been announced yet, but it should be in after the summer, so in fall. In autumn. It should be around October, but it's not confirmed yet. This is just an initial. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Yes.
Recommended for support.
The ones that have been recommended, so not only the ones that were already implemented, but the ones that were recommended for funding in the 2 calls so far.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Maybe could you just explain to our members what are, in short, some of the criteria based on which you approve projects? I mean, we will be speaking later about the projects and activities from the perspective of applicants, members, but now it might be handy to hear from the other side.
Yes. So the main criteria are the link with the objectives of the Erasmus Plus program. So this is very important. And then another important criteria is the added value. So to see if the activity will bring an impact and will actually bring a positive outcome that will make a difference for the participants or for those impacted by the activity. And then we also consider the sustainability, so looking also a bit at the how reasonable is the event, like flying someone across the world for a one-day event might not be super sustainable. So I mean, these are all taken a bit into consideration. We always try to see, is this like justifiable? Is this will this bring an added value to the members, to the community, and so on? So I would say that the outcome and the results are the most important thing. Yes. I don't know who was first.
I saw here.
Maybe Rasha.
Thank you, Claire, for all the clarification. I just have a quick request. There's financial issues that we have in Egypt so that we can have a project. If anybody around in the room or online is interested in doing any kind of these projects along with Egypt, and they can sort out the financing thing, I'd be very happy to do this, because projects are ready. The financing is a bit of an issue coming into Egypt, and we can have it in Egypt or in the other country up to it. I'm just offering. Is this doable?
Can you send us an email explaining a bit what is the issue and
cooperating with another country? The financial issues, you mean?
Yeah. I mean
sending foreign currency into the country. That's it. Nothing else. And it's not only Egypt. I was having a discussion with my colleagues in Tunisia. They have the same thing. So that's why projects are not that easy done.
Okay.
You're not allowed to receive money from
from the outside. You have some amount by yourself and then they reimburse. This is what I did personally. Otherwise, impossible to manage. Like for some things, because they don't pay a few things, or just they pay it after the service, and then there are providers that they ask for their money instantly. So, in my case, I had to pay, and then they reimburse. So this is the only solution.
But I think it's also a problem.
So the offer is valid. Just contact Rasha Solomon.
Rasha Solomon. Who had a? Would you like to go into this or not?
I don't really have an answer to that.
Okay.
This was a call for. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, just a quick question on the those that were rejected. What were the common weaknesses? Maybe was there any feedback? Then I wanted also to find out the average value for each offer for those projects which were successful. Thank you very much.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to point out that we don't reject, we recommend, and then it is the ESA liaison group that takes the final decision, and then the final decision is always taken by EASEA. So our is always a recommendation, and we explain why we recommend or not for funding, but it's really not our decision. And then what I can say about like the assessments that, what I've seen about the assessments that I've seen, the main weaknesses are sometimes unrealistic plans. So sometimes the budget seems too low for the activities suggested, or too high. Like sometimes it doesn't seem balanced. So that's one weakness that I've seen sometimes. But in these cases, we always also it is not then not recommended for funding. By default, we sometimes say that this is a great activity, but the budget should be revised. So we give a chance also to to change if necessary. Or sometimes the objectives are not very clear, so I will really invite you to keep it simple and straightforward, because sometimes we look at proposals where there are like a lot of objectives, a bit too much altogether, and then it's not clear what is the main objective anymore. So this is really just a personal note from the ones I've seen. And about the value, I'm really sorry, I cannot answer this. I don't know. I looked at the content. I'm not the person looking at the budget. So yeah. And any other questions?
Any additional questions?
Yes.
What is the maximum budget that you're giving out? Is the question.
I'm sorry. I should know. I don't know. I really don't know. So it depends for the activity. It's each of the type of activity has a different line of budget, and this was indicated in the guidance note that you received. I don't remember by heart what's for each activity the maximum budget.
Yeah, we will be speaking about this in a separate session where we will have Yassine, and the budget is different from activity, from a type activity to type of activity.
Yeah,
but
so
Yassine can go more in detail into this.
So generally for individual-based activity it's around 1,200, but for collective-based activity is from 6,000 to 11,000. It depends on the type of the activity.
And these details are anyways included into the guidelines documents.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. Applause
Many
for Claire.
thanks to you. Thank you so much. Thank you a lot, Claire, and for all your support actually throughout all the exchanges and all those steps indeed in implementing activities, because otherwise we would not be able to do it without your support and your strong advices and recommendations indeed. And as you rightly of course mentioned, this is a joint work that we do indeed, of course, as Oceans, but with the great support of ICF, with support of the European Commission, of course, allowing us to do all those activities and to make impact at the end. And also, of course, we work together with all ESA organizations. And indeed, Claire, you mentioned the ESA liaison group. And by starting the next session, indeed, I would like to start by introducing the ESA liaison group that we are regularly working with, and we have regular meetings, exchanges because for each ESA organization there is someone appointed to be the ESA liaison person. And I would like actually to call here already now Samir, who is now the ESA liaison person for Oceans. And indeed, just to introduce quickly some of the activities, because during the previous year as a vice president, I was also the ESA liaison person, and actually now we do it, of course, those activities together, because this is something that is close to my heart, actually, I would like to say, because for me cooperation is really important, and the impact, the benefit that we give to the student, that people we go to meet, is not only to give information about one scholarship, for example. For us, as you know, we focus mainly on international credit mobility. We share our own experiences. But as you know, the other organization, and we'll deep dive into this later, have their own scholarships as well, that Erasmus Plus scholarship that they are dealing with and that they can share. So doing activities together and sharing those information in one session, in one day activity, is like beneficial for the target people that we aim to reach. And indeed, we will have time to hear more about, of course, Erasmus Mundus, about other scholarships through the presentation that will be done. So I will not be long. And in the same time, I would like to already call in our dear guests from the other organizations now. Sorry.
Not this one. Not the microphone. But now I would like to call in all our guests. So please, Nada Jumar from ASAF, the African Student Alumni Forum. Razan Rashid from EMA, Erasmus Mundus Association. Please, Susanna Rosin from Garage Erasmus. Please, Mario Vrovac, I hope that I pronounce well, from the Western Balkan Alumni Association, WEBA. And last but not least, Niki Zashko from Erasmus Student Network, ESN. First of all, welcome. Please. Welcome to all of you here today. It's a real pleasure to have you with us and to have the opportunities and to exchange all together. And today, so we'll have an exchange session. Actually, we would like to, of course, to hear from all of you. I will introduce quickly before we start this part, and together with Samir, of course, we will exchange with all of you. And if we have more time after, of course, if we have, we can have more exchanges on how we can build more together, how we can do more, but already now we will see how we are already doing and what you are doing in your respective organizations. So before we give a deep dive to it, of course, maybe we can have a quick presentation of what is the Erasmus Plus Student and Alumni Alliance, because indeed you might hear a lot ESA activities, but what is ESA? Sometimes we don't necessarily know, mainly when we are jointly recently coming. And indeed, so the ESA actually is an umbrella organization for our different organizations, and our aim is the same goal that we have as Ocean, of course, is to bring together all European Union funded exchange students and alumni, and it offers a dynamic platform to network, to have a professional and development and intercultural learning while promoting European higher education and worldwide cooperation. I insist on this part because this is actually our aim. When we want to do activities that we'll go back to it later, we need to have this in mind. You are asking what are the criteria? What is the main criteria that you need to think about? You can be creative. Like you can have different ideas, different type of activities, but one thing that we need to keep in mind is, of course, our mandate as Oceans is to promote Erasmus+, to share our experiences, to share information. We are not alone in this, of course. Like we need also to know our limit of our mandate and the possibilities of cooperation, because we can't share all the information. We don't know everything, but we are not alone. We are surrounded. Of course, we have our sister organization that we can reach to. We have the EU delegation. We have the Erasmus Plus national focal point. But this we will get back to it later, maybe. But we just need to know all of us, to know each other, to be able to optimize the impact, of course. So I will come back in the next slide on the different organizations and our aim, but very shortly because we want to hear from you. But indeed, our aim is indeed to enhance cooperation among Erasmus Plus students and alumni. So just a short picture that doesn't give all the picture of what is the amazing work that is being done under the ESA activities. And indeed, I will not enter in detail, so I will just cite again our different organizations. So indeed, of course, Oceans Network, ESN, Erasmus Student Network, Garage Erasmus, Erasmus Mundus Association, and our sister organization from the regional platforms, ASAF and WEBA. And just little bit of information, but Samir will liaise with you in the coming months as well and throughout the year to update on the development on our discussions. And currently, actually, we are discussing the new memorandum of understanding that is very important for us because it was not updated since a long time. Of course, there is cooperation ongoing, but this memorandum will aim to really strengthen and to structure our cooperation. Because this is something I would like to emphasize, actually, is to really encourage cooperation. So when we do activities, when we apply for activities, and actually this is one criteria that will give you more points to, of course, to get selected, is to look for cooperation. And to look for cooperation among our dear sister organization is key. I would say is crucial, because when you are doing one activity somewhere, of course, for sure, if you look, you will have someone, even in your city, even in your country, you might not know, but you can, who is the person, but you can reach out to us or ask, and we'll try our best to connect you, of course. But why I say this is because it's important, of course, that we do activities together, so we optimize the results that we give. So I will not be longer on this, and I would like right now actually to give the word after this to our dear guests. But as you know, there is also, we have also ESA social media, so we have the websites and the social media that I invite you all to follow. It will restart again with much more information, much more updates. So if you want to follow what is happening in all our networks, please stay tuned here. So without further ado, I would like to already give the word to our dear Razan Rashid from EMA. Thank you.
As Leila briefed you, I'm joining on behalf of Erasmus Mundus Association. Oh, no. Okay. So just to introduce myself, I am Razan Rashid, and I joined EMA in 2022 since I started my Erasmus Mundus master's degree, and I am the CIT director since 2024, and my EMGMD, which is my program, BIM A+, and professionally I am an architect and design manager, as you see on site. So for EMA, it's founded in 2006. I think it's one of the oldest maybe organizations in the European Union. Our members, we have around 6,000 members, so I think it's one of the biggest organizations, and it's based in Brussels, non-profit organization, and as Oceans, we are a fully volunteering association, so no paid positions currently in EMA. The four pillars in EMA are management board, project leaders, but our main representatives are the country representatives and the program representative. The program for each program we have a representative, so they help each, like every year we have like a new cohort, new students, so they help them, they guide them, and the country representatives in each country. For now, we don't have like all countries, let's say, but we have around like 170 country representatives, so that they help either the alumni students or even like anyone like who interested into applying to Erasmus Mundus programs. Okay. So as we can see in numbers, we have around 260 volunteers, and it's I think it's more than 78 country representatives and program representatives, as you can see all the numbers. Before maybe going into the details, I mentioned, I think yesterday, so for Erasmus Mundus, it's different from any other Erasmus programs. Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees, it's a full master's degree where you can you can have your full degree minimum at least in 2 countries. You should have the mobility, and for some people they either have their degrees from 4 countries. So it's a full master's degree, full degree, not the same as the exchange programs. Okay. Those are management board, our colleagues for this year, and we have 10 internal units, the student and alumni, whom are the program representatives, and then the outreach, the country representatives, policy and quality assurance, research and innovation, legal and internal affairs, finance management, talent, project support unit, communications, and the partnership development unit. Those are our recent projects, and I hope you will check our website. I will have all the QR codes. You can check our website and all social media. There's our recent General Assemblies. So the recent one we have in Paris, and Mohammed Rajai joined us from Oceans. And 2024, it was in Istanbul. Samir joined us from Oceans. And in 2023, it was in Lisbon, and all the management board meeting from Oceans joined us, and it was the first time I met Ilham and Muhammad. And in 2022, it was in Copenhagen. I wasn't in that event. Okay. So please join us. Any one of you can join us as an affiliate membership. So we have two types of memberships in EMA. The ordinary members. The ordinary members are the students or alumni of Erasmus Mundus programs only. But for affiliate membership, any one of you can apply. Anyone who has Erasmus Plus can apply for joining EMA, and you can also represent your country or have any volunteer role. Okay. And please, you can find our link tree or all our social media. Please, if you can follow us to know all the news and the newsletter. We are putting a very huge effort into preparing the newsletter, so please, if you can, subscribe. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Please, scan.
Thank you very much. Thank you a lot for presentation. And now we'll hear from Nikki from ESN. And please, you have a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you all. Thank you for inviting me here. It's absolutely lovely to be with you all here. And thank you for letting me talk about very much my favorite thing to talk about, which is Erasmus Student Network. First, I will talk about myself just to know a little bit, those of you who haven't heard all of this from me yet. So I'm from Slovakia, but I currently live in Sweden, which is my fourth time living abroad, actually. I came here to pursue my master's in architecture and urban design. And I've been in ESN since 2022. Which is when I returned from my own exchange in Lithuania. And I'm currently serving as interim president of ESN Sweden, but I will start in a week and something in my elected mandate. I think that, you know, ESN from these activities, since you've been on mobilities, ESN has started as a buddy program, which means that we paired local volunteers with incoming exchange students to guide them through the process of exchange, but also for them to feel secure that somebody is waiting for them wherever they're going, because of course it's just going into the void, and it's very nice to feel that somebody's waiting for you. Then another one of my very favorite projects is Erasmus in Schools, when we go into high schools and talk about the Erasmus Plus program and the international opportunities that will wait on people once they come into higher education. And then we do a lot more events that focus on integrating exchange and international students into local communities, but also integrating them within themselves. We try to promote all of the different international mobilities, support outgoing students with our own experiences, where we also try to reintegrate the returning students so they can share their experiences. And in general, we build these international communities in all of the cities and universities where we operate. So that is more on the local level, but this is another one of my favorite topics, which I'm also obligated kind of to talk about, and that is the ESN survey. The ESN survey is the largest student-led research project that has been running since 2005, every 2 years. Now we have launched the 16th edition on the 12th of May. Since 2005, we have collected 200,000 responses from students and from exchange graduates. And through these responses, we try to monitor the implementation of different mobility programs. So how do the students view all of these efforts that the European Commission is putting into internationalization. And you can also see these are the kinds of results we get. I've picked just to show these two financial results that we see that we still have a long way to go in supporting international students. Those of you who are still studying, either PhDs, masters, bachelors, whatever, or if you have been on mobilities in the last 2 years, I would really, really kindly ask you to scan the QR code on the left and fill out our ESN survey. If you're interested to see what do we do with the data afterwards, you can scan the QR code on the right to see the report from the survey from 2023. And then you might ask yourself, so what happens next? We have all these responses. 2 years ago, we collected around 23,000 responses from students all across Europe and those who came into Europe to do their exchanges. And the answer is we do initiatives such as this one. This is one of our latest initiatives, The Future is Erasmus. It started by sharing the European Commission's public consultation form on the multi-annual financial framework for the next cycle of the Erasmus Plus program, so 2020 to 2034. And ESN is advocating for a 5-fold increase in the Erasmus Plus budget. These are the key points from the paper we have published, which you can access through the QR code. I will also share the links with you. But our main points are increasing accessibility to all mobility programs, reaching the goals that were actually set out by the European Commission in internationalization, and of course the sustainability of the whole program as well. And the 5-fold increase is a lot, obviously, but this is sort of who we stand in front of. We are a large network of 15,000 volunteers. We reach more than 300,000 students every single year that we help and support in their mobilities. And this is who we are advocating for. But even though these numbers are huge, we have a very, very limited reach outside of EU. So here I would really kindly ask you to go into it, look into our papers, and try to advocate in your own countries for increasing the Erasmus Plus budget and help us as well in our initiatives, because in the end they will benefit all of us as well. And yeah, that's it for me. This is my contact information if you have any questions, but if you have any deeper questions, then I can also give you contacts for our global mobility coordinators and our president-elect who is currently serving as the liaison person from ESN. So if you have any questions, just ask me and I will forward you to them. They will know way more than me, obviously.
And maybe Nikki, could you just share the links of the surveys in the group? So you don't have to ask me to do that.
Thank you so much. And indeed, now we'll hear from Susanna from Garage Erasmus.
Okay, so hi everyone, good morning again. I'm Susanna from Garage Erasmus Foundation. I'm the administrative and project officer since September, so not so much time, but I'm very grateful to be here, first of all, so thank you very much for inviting me. Oops. Okay, so the idea of the foundation, the initial idea of the foundation is to be the Erasmus generation professional network. So the mission of the foundation is basically to improve the lives of people who were in an international mobility experience, and then try to create a bridge with the job market. But in the more recent years, our focus shifts a bit more into advocacy of the Erasmus program and the other mobility programs, and we're trying to improve accessibility and try to reach the institutions, because we work mainly with the institutions, and Oh God. We are based in 3 offices mainly. So I work in the Vicenza office where the project management is, and then sometimes or often I'm in Milan also to do some administrative, more boring stuff, but they have to be done. And in the Brussels office we are we have the communication team. Our network is mainly composed by 2 different memberships. We have the universities, so we collaborate with the international offices of the universities, and then we also have the GFO cities. We call the local organizations like this, and as you can see, we are mainly in Europe, but now we are trying also to expand a bit to other parts of the world. And as I already said, we work with the universities to expand their network and their mobility and education programs, and to embark them in the European project we are managing. And with the local organizations, we are organizing some internships, and in order to foster the employability and to enhance the skills of the young people who have some international experience. And we are also collaborating with some public and private companies. And I will talk about some of our projects related to this later. I don't want to lose a lot of time talking about the European project we are managing. They are mainly Erasmus Plus Key Action 2 projects, but we also have some CERV projects. We currently we are managing this project, as you can see, in different fields. And I just wanted to say that I'm really glad to be at this meeting, because in particular for the Erasmus Mobilities as Micro-Credential project, we are trying to map the skills that, the soft skills that students gain during the Erasmus experience, and we are trying to get them recognized and certified with micro-credentials. So yesterday's workshops and activities were really helpful, and I'll keep these insights also to enhance this work we are doing. And just a few words for some flagship project with collaboration with private and public entities. I want to talk about this huge project we just launched in March with our training. And I think this could be also room for collaboration with the other sisters organization. The Erasmus project is the first European platform made by the students. So the idea is to create a newspaper, an online newspaper, and then also a social media page, in order to make students express themselves, express and share their experience during Erasmus, because lots of students have the same issues and are afraid of the same things basically, and we want to help them and to give them the opportunities to express and share their experience. We had our first training back in March in Pavia near Milan. And it was a journalism training, because we are doing this project in collaboration with an Italian editorial group. And now in September, I think we will launch the platform. So yeah, we are receiving lots of articles. We are reviewing them now, and we are very excited to launch this project. And the other one is the Erasmus City, which is basically a nightmare because we are collaborating with the municipality of Milan, and it's a very tough to collaborate with the municipality because all of the paperwork. But when this week on last Wednesday, we submitted the final proposal. So we're really doing it now. So we're trying to take advantage of a renovated area nearby Milan, and we're trying to offer kept prices to international students, and we will ask them to do something in the neighborhood in order to integrate them with the local. Okay, I'll be short. Yeah, some pictures from our annual meeting. Victoria was there. Yeah, I hope you had a great time. And this is a meeting with all of our members. We had the Higher Education European Networking Summit, which is just for universities. We'll have this year in November in Prague. And then the Learning Garage, which is a training for our GF4 cities. And we will have this very soon in July in Athens this year. Thank you very much. If you want to know more, you can scan the code.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we'll hear from Nada from the ASAF. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Neda. I am from Morocco. I am also an Oceans member, but I am here as a representative of ASAF. To be honest, I'm really happy to be here among Oceans. It's a great network, great people. I'm very honored to be here among you all. First of all, I want to start with our slogan. Sorry, it's here, small. I don't know why it's very small. So if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This is the slogan for ASAF. Oh, something. So who is ASAF? ASAF is an African. Sorry. Yeah. There are so many ASAFs here. Who is ASAF member? Oh, that's nice. Half of them. There are some missing. Yeah, we need to increase more. I invite the ones who are not ASAF to join, who are Africans, by the way. So ASAF is an African platform that is based in all Africa. It's a forum of students, professionals, professors who are alumni or benefited from the EU funded scholarships, and also African Union funded scholarships like Erasmus Mundus, Erasmus Plus, Intra-Africa Mobility Scheme, Intra-ACP Mobility Scheme, or African Union's Nyerere Scholarship. We are now over 2,000 members. I think around 2,200 members from all over Africa. We are based in 48 countries. We have co-ambassadors from 34 countries, 38 co-ambassadors in general. ASAF started as an idea in 2017. They had consultative meeting, then a regional workshop where the idea started to become concrete. In 2020, they established the vision, the work plan for ASAF. In 2021, it was the first online AGF because of Corona. Then on 2022, the first in-person AGF, it was in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. Then in 2023, it was the second one in Kenya, Nairobi. I met the first time so many of you in Kenya. It was a pleasure. In 2024, it was in Benin. Last year, Mohammed was there with us. Yeah, here. It was Mohammed with us in Benin. Yeah, and this year we will have our AGF in Cape Town, in South Africa. Leila, inshallah, will join us. So for ASAF organogram, we have the board, we have a president, 2 vice presidents, and the rest of the board. So for the president, who is in charge of regional cooperation and integration, it has a committee of 5 regional coordinators who coordinate the 5 regions of Africa: the North, the West, the Central Africa, Eastern Africa, and then Southern Africa. We have co-ambassadors. So basically, the regional coordinators are co-ambassadors who were chosen by the co-ambassadors of each region to represent them. And they are liaison between the co-ambassadors and also the vice president. We have Elizabeth. She is our vice president from Kenya. She leads the mobility, inclusion, and diversity committee. It has 12 members from different scholarships. We have Roshan, who is the liaison officer of capacity building and professional development. Shilekwa from Zambia for membership and promotion. Prince from Congo, who is leading the international cooperation and collaboration. I am leading the communication. Brian leading research and survey, and then Alexandre leading the internal affairs. And we have each task force is composed by members, ordinary members, who would like to contribute to the ASAF work and grow the network. ASAF has been very, very active since the beginning. We had many projects, especially promotional events for Erasmus Plus initiative, scholarship, and also other African scholarship. Also, we had many trainings all over the continent. And since 2021, we had over 50 Erasmus Plus promotional event, either online or on-site. Under our work package 2, ASAF has 10 local events and 5 regional trainings. This year, since 2020, the beginning of 2025, we had 8 local events. The recent one was in Morocco, in Marrakesh. Yassine was there. It was a collaboration with Oceans also. It was really nice. And we had many from Madagascar, Mauritius, Nigeria, Ghana, Douala, Congo, and also Zambia. We had 4 trainings. One was in the North African training. So the trainings are members from the region who gather to have a training about project management, about leadership and advocacy. We had 4, one in Marrakesh, one in Mauritius, one in Douala in Cameroon, and one I think in Nigeria. We're having another one in Cape Town, the 5th one. Also, ASAF applies for many EOIs, so we had so many projects who are led by the members. Since 2022, it was more than 25 projects that are funded by 5,000 euros and more. For this year, there were 12 EOIs that were accepted, and across 3 regions, and some projects were already implemented. We had projects, some projects from Kenya, Ethiopia, Senegal, Nigeria, and Ghana. The special thing about these projects is most of them, they were in collaboration with Oceans, which was great. It was a great help. And also we have other projects who are collaboration with Oceans, and also I would like to invite other sister organizations to collaborate with us in Africa. It would be great. And we also have some upcoming projects in Kenya, in Ghana, and I think in Namibia and Togo. Yeah, how to become a member? You should be African first, and then or German. And then go to our website, fill in the form. It's very easy. Provide the proof that you did an eligible scholarship, one of our scholarships, and then here you go. You are an ASAF, and welcome to the family. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nada. And last but not least, we hear from Mario from Zaveba.
Hello, I'm Mario from the Western Balkan Alumni Association, and from the Western Balkan alumni from the Western Balkan region. My country is Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we are divided by 6 countries. Each country has 2 board members. So Western Balkan Alumni Association consists of the 6 Western Balkan countries in Europe. This is Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Macedonia, and Albania. Here are some Albanian friends here on my left. Here. So, and before me, Samir was a board member in 5 years ago or something. Something about me: I'm teacher of Latin language in a high school, in a medical high school, because in Europe Latin language is still used as a language of science, and in medicine especially. This is my email address in on the bottom, and as all of the exchange students in Europe, we all started with the ESN, and we here. And I was president of ESN Sarajevo, where I implemented also a lot of projects. One of the projects was I was invited by a university in Lyon to go to France and to talk about Sarajevo as an Erasmus destination. So as I already mentioned, we are a region of the Western Balkans, consists of these 6 countries, and to be a member you should be a member of these 6 countries, so we cannot be a member of ASAF, unfortunately. So we are also young as the ASAF association, so we also started as an idea in 2016, and the first let's say kickoff meeting was in 2018. I think Samir was also there in Macedonia. And the VIBA is, because of our region is very specific, we are neutral, unbiased, and non-partisan existing political discourse organization. So we are dealing with higher education and promotion, but not with political discourse in any means. And our mission is to promote exchanges and Erasmus Plus opportunities for the students in the region. And unfortunately, some of the students are not aware and don't want to go to the Erasmus Plus exchanges, but we are there to promote it in such events like this here. And our main goal is to do opportunities for us members in the form of projects, as here you can see. Here is me on the right here in the glasses. In 2022, I think, in a project in Serbia. So we improve their professional skills, experience other cultures, and receive information about educational professional opportunities. And here is a map of our history. We had like a kickoff meeting in North Macedonia, and the big meeting that you can see on the first picture with the big flag, and so this is in Albania, in Tirana, the first General Assembly, and in the last year, in 2024, we had in Podgorica the General Assembly, and this year we had in Sarajevo the General Assembly. And our General Assembly is function on a rotational note. The next General Assembly will be in North Macedonia, and then the second, so the next one will be in Albania, and so on. On the last 2 General Assemblies, we started to invite members from ASAF and Garage Erasmus and Emma, and Yasin was our guest on the last General Assembly. And here are our 6 so countries and 12 board members. I am here in the middle at the University of Lyon promoting Sarajevo as an Erasmus destination, and we are all active in the region or outside the region as our jobs allow us. And we have over 1,000 members registered on the platform, and about 200 active members in all 6 countries. And as already mentioned, my colleagues, is our goal is research, higher education, job market, and the transition from university to job market, and to share our experience about the mobility. So we implemented also a lot of projects. Here are some pictures of the projects that we held in various locations in the region. And projects were about soft skills, financial gains, about professional development, intercultural events, and stuff like that. Here is one of the recent projects that was held in North Macedonia on a mountain. And here are some projects that held in the past. I would point out the project in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Run for Erasmus. This was Summer's idea 6 years ago, and we developed it 5 years ago. It's basically a short run, 5-kilometer run through Sarajevo to promote Erasmus Plus programs. And Mostar Science was also a good project, and all this project that you can see here were fruitful for the region and for the participants. So here are some pictures from the past project that we held, and that's it. Here you can see also me in this project that were in Serbia. And if you want to learn more, here is our QR code. We are present on social media, and if you have more information, if you want more information, contact me or this info@westernbalkansalumni.eu. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you actually for sharing with us all this. And I would like to also express our gratitude to and like our passion for doing all those activities with you. As you shared, we are already doing a lot of activities together, and we look forward to do much more together. Much more together. And as I imagine, you have already a lot of questions for them, and you would like to cooperate more, but we don't want to stand between you and your coffee break. So I would like to invite you actually during the coffee break to reach out to them. But before closing, as Samir is our current ESA liaison person, I would like to ask just one question. For the next year, what is your vision, or what would be your message on what should be our cooperation in the future?
Well, I think this year, and this was I think emphasized by some of you, and probably by Yasin later, cooperating, applying for projects will give you, when you apply for a project and then collaborate with one of the sister organizations or brother organizations, I don't know why we call them sister, or brother, but we can do both. Sibling organizations, you will have an advantage, and you will get extra points for collaborating. So the fact that we are speaking here about collaboration with sister organizations is not just, let's collaborate and let's meet, get in touch, but actually this will have a positive impact on your applications. And at least in Oceans, what we try to do is to emphasize exactly that, which is maybe one of the reasons why all of our projects got accepted, because we try to push our members, especially those applying for projects, to include members from other organizations into their projects. So this is something that we will be pushing also for next year, and I think it's a good blueprint also for other organizations to do, because in a lot of cases we are also also members of other alumni organizations. So Nada asked who is the member of ASAF, but maybe we can just do the full round just to check who is the member of EMA here in the room, besides being a member of Oceans. Who is currently? 3, 4, okay, 5. Member. You're a member of all of them? Okay, then who is the member of Garage Erasmus as well? Okay. Western Balkans Alumni Association? 2, okay, and very good, yeah, exactly. And ESN, maybe who is currently or who was? Okay, very good. So this could be actually a next proposal for the European Commission to establish now a new association that brings together all those members who have like overlapping membership. And with that idea for the next year, we dismiss you to the coffee break. Enjoy, and let's discuss further projects together.
Just one little announcement before, and before this, I would like also to ask a big round of applause for our guests. But we'll. Just a little announcement, because indeed we are so passionate to exchange with our dear guests, and we would just like to ask if it's fine if we reduce a bit the coffee break to 10 minutes. Is it okay? No? Okay, so like this we can continue with the next step, so we finish on time and you will have time.
Hello? Hello? Can you please sit it? Hello, colleagues and friends. Can you please sit it and silent, please? I'm sorry. We are run out of time. Please sit it. Sorry. Please have your seat. So the next session is run by our brother Nasir, and he will take, I think, maximum 30 minutes for the whole sessions. Please follow and interact on all conversations. So, Yasin, you can proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anissa. Can we have your attention, please? Hello, guys. So, actually, I need to introduce myself for people that I didn't have the chance to meet before, and particularly after the yesterday. So it's difficult to take me seriously. So I would say I'm Yasin. I'm Yasin Zarrouk. So I'm from Morocco. I'm from a city from Tétouan, Morocco, and I'm the current head of the project department in Ocean. The last year in this mandate. So I'm gonna talk about the department, what we have done actually so far, and also we are gonna give the floor to our colleagues that have implemented the project, that they are working on it. Okay. Regarding the vision, I will start the vision, what we are working and why. So during the previous mandate of the project department, I think we noticed that we lack like the accumulation of experience and knowledge in the department. It's like every project implemented, we lost all the data about it, the contact and the experiences. So in this year, in the last year, actually we have been working to keep these kind of tracks by 3 pillars, like the communication, documentation, archiving. It's like how to communicate the information, disseminate the information about the new format, and the documentation, create documents, handouts, the guidance, etc. But also communication, P2P communication, webinars, or direct guidance. Okay, that's we try to improve our chances to get projects, implement projects, in the quantity and quality. Unfortunately, we got a good score, as we got all our shortlisted expression of interest accepted or recommended for support. Just for people that maybe they don't have too much information about the new framework, when we talk about the previous format, ESA project, when we talk about the ESA or the project proposal, now it's replaced the expression of interest, is the ESA project. When we talk about the project coordinator, now it's replaced by the activity lead. Okay, and the ESA project framework now is replaced by work package 3 framework, work package 3 project. Okay, actually they are called the activity instead of the projects. So just a few reminder regarding the categories or type of activity. We have 3 kind of activity, 3 kind of categories that replaced the cluster, previously so-called cluster. Now we have 3 collective-based activity, which are the like networking. You can organize projects around the networking of alumni, and then the update, like organize a collective event about the updates on the Erasmus program. But also you can organize initiative to the local communities. This is for collective-based activities. And then we have 2 new categories, which are the individual-based activity. For individual, each member of Oceans is eligible to apply for funding for individual actions. It could be sharing experience in a conference, in an event, etc. It also is a mentoring. The difference is almost the same. Sharing experience, just giving information promotions. Mentoring is giving information and guidance, but with the guidance and structuring and so on. Okay, and then I will go really do a exploration regarding what we have done. We got 2 windows for the calls of project. One, it was in January, the January window. The second one, it was in March. During the January window, actually we identified 13 potential ideas for activities, and we could submit 8 expression of interest by people. Now, the new thing regarding the selection, that the Oceans Board have to do a short list before to go to the ESA selection and the ICF final decision. So the 8 submitted in the board, we shortlisted 6 that have been forwarded to the next stage, which is the ESA selection. Those shortlisted expression of interest have been fortunately recommended for support. Okay, those ones actually we covered too many parts of the globe. It have been in Nigeria by Donaldson, Senegal in Dakar by Mariam, Ethiopia by Unisa is here, Mexico by Montserrat in La Ciudad de Mexico, and we had 2 individual actions. One by Leila, it was already implemented in Oman. It is an individual action. Another one actually is like standby right now. It's stuck due to the situation in Palestine that would be implemented by Samir, I think at the University of Quds. In cooperation with Mohammed. In addition, yeah, those are parts of the Work Packet 3 framework. In addition, we did an event in cooperation with the ASAF colleagues, actually led by Nada. It was a promotional event by ASAF, but we have been a partner during it. It took place the last month in Marrakesh in Morocco. Yeah, and the event in Mexico, we had a special guest, which is Sarah from the ASN International from ASN. And regarding the March window, there is we have some projects that have been already implemented, but some of them they are ongoing. Okay, we have 2 projects from Namibia. So just to give you like an overview, we identified 11 expression of interest during the March window. Then we received 8 expression of interest from members, and we shortlisted actually 7 have been shortlisted, but 1 it was in a waiting list because we received 2 expression of interest from the same country, but by the ESA and ICA actually they accepted, they recommended both of them to be implemented. So we got 2 in Namibia, 2 projects to be implemented in Namibia, 1 in Nigeria, 1 in Azerbaijan, another one in Indonesia will be implemented at the end of July. Other one is Yusuf, just have been implemented recently in Egypt. Another one, it will be implemented maybe in December by Pedro. He's going to be talking about his project later on. So that's it, an overview about it. And actually, we encourage all our members to take the initiative because the new framework is not that complicated. The proposal, it's almost the same. The difference is that we have more details. We have to go through different details, but actually we got more opportunities. It's like you need to figure out what is your idea, and the challenge is how to formalize your idea according to a very specific type of activity. This is the challenge. But actually we offer a direct guidance from our board to do so. So most of the projects that have been implemented from people that for the first time maybe in their life or ocean that leaded a project. And that was really good for us. It was really, yeah, very, very nice from our part as an achievement, okay? And also I would stress on the point that Samir mentioned before, so we would like to have more joint expression of interest with our sister organization, with, I don't know, EMA, BEBA, etc. Because we're still missing to cover other parts of the world, mainly in Europe and the Western Balkan. That it's really for us only oceans, it's difficult to implement this project in this area. So we cover all the parts of the planet, but we're still missing this part. And the best way to do so is like to do cooperation or just joint expression of interest with VEBA to implement project in Western Balkan, but also with ASN or Garage Erasmus to implement project in Europe. Because we are limited actually to cover Europe using the money for the board, which is called the Work Packet 2, doing board meeting, etc. So we would like to take advantage and overcome this rule by doing more cooperation with other sister organizations. So that is regarding the projects department. Actually, we would like to give you a very detailed reporting, but we're still gathering information about the project because still there are projects ongoing right now. They are not finished yet. It will be finishing by the end of July, but it will be shared on the project department WhatsApp group, but also it will be uploaded on the platform group of the project department. We're trying to activate the group and to keep it like a third pillar of our vision, which is archiving and documentation. Okay, and now actually I will be happy to invite some colleagues as experienced or activity leads who implemented or are working to implement the recommended expression of interest. So, and we have 4 guests. I think I will start by inviting Yannisau, who had a project already implemented in Ethiopia. You're welcome. And also I would like to invite our lovely president, Leila.
I will install this.
Yeah. She will be talking about her individual project implemented in Oman with cooperation of the Ministry of Higher Education in Oman. And also I would like to invite Mariam, who implemented a project in Dakar, Senegal. Yeah, and finally I would like to invite Pedro. Yeah, to talk about his project that will be implemented in December, isn't it? Okay, perfect. So now just I will go further. So it will be 3 presentations using a slide by Yannisau, Leila, Mariam, and Pedro in this order, but Pedro will tell without the slide because he's a very good storyteller. Yeah, I will notice it. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, all board members, and especially Yasin. I want to acknowledge and appreciate Yasin. Please give a big round of applause for Yasin. By the way, we need to be acknowledge someone who made special in our contributions from the very ideations to implementation. He was behind all the steps, all the process, all the support. So it's a pleasure having Yasin on this project department. And also I have received a big support from Farouk. He is not fortunately with us, but give him a big round of applause for his positivity and professional support. So Farouk was such a very soft heart in helping people's voluntarily. Thanks so much. 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Right, this is my topic, empowering networks, alumni as ambassador for European policies and Erasmus Plus integrations. It is implemented, by the way, my name is Eneso. I'm a professor at 2 universities, one in Asia and one in Ethiopia, and a partner professors in University of Girona in Spain and University of Orada in Romania. So I just sometimes teach courses in Western Europe and Eastern Europe. I'm also a project manager and specialist at Cultural Protection Fund in British Council. So I have a previous experience in project management, even evaluations and all stuff. So anyone who interested to apply in the next call, I'm super busy. I'm super excited to just get my advice if you really want to do so. I'm a member for Oceans 2023. I can't say I'm a new member, but I'm a bit active. I think Samir and Leila may know. So I'm really want to impact associations. Here is the title. I can skip this one. The type of the activity is in person and face-to-face activity. Key highlights, I think everyone maybe should understand and clearly put in mind. Participants gain practical knowledge about Erasmus Plus programs, policies and application process. Networking and consortium is created. I think this is a very big achievement in our project, that we just set up our consortiums and start to look for project calls and start to write up a projects, and hopefully we will win 2 or 3 projects in the next years. So this is one of the achievements that we made in our projects. So participants became ambassadors for Erasmus Plus. I think we have very actively made progress promotions in our websites with our network promotions. So I think I can proudly mention that Oceans became on the hearts of our participants, and we are just keeping ASAF as well in our spirit. Because of this project, I was invited by the European Commissions because I just tag them when I was just promoting the event. So someone from Brussels just contacted me and invited me a regional conference in Addis Ababa in May 2022. So this is the impact that we take as a grant. It's not like an activity that happens in small rooms and over. Just we need to sustain our projects and create lasting impacts for our society and also for our regions. So this is one big achievement from our project. Learning and experience, it is a very important thing for you. Interest. I mean, project should be made by interest. I mean, someone cannot push you to do a certain project, so it has to be driven by your internal motivations and interests. So networking is very important. Because of the network, I received a lot of support from colleagues and friends. Communication is really important to update. If you have any, especially for logistical reasons, we may face sometimes problems with to figure out the logistics stuff. But Clara and her colleagues are super, positive and super helpful on this regard. So please give a big round of applause for the logistics teams of our ICF. Advice for future activities. We need to plan wisely. I think we have so many competitors, so many ideas, so many big minds. So we need to work hardly for your idea, of course, to shine over the crowd. So you should start things wisely, act early. I think when there is, I think Clara mentioned, there will be a second round of call in October. So we need to figure out, I think, starting from now about your plan, how you can do it, with whom you do it. So act early, engage daily. I think it has to be done in a daily basis. You cannot put it somewhere and just bring it back when the time comes, because it may not be sensible when it comes to the project reviewers. Promote strategically, I think, marketing and promotion, especially in now social media stuff. You need to be regularly active and I think passionate as well for your personal promotion, for our alumni association promotions, and for your career promotion. So I'm a bit active. You can keep following me by my name, NSO. I'm active in LinkedIn and having, I think, 32,000 followers. So we have a lot of stuff. We can work together on this strategy. I think this is some of the pictures taken from the on-site training in Gondar, Ethiopia. This is what I'm invited for sub-Saharan regional training and contact making sessions in Addis Ababa. Amasagnallah, we call it in Amharic to say thank you. Can I hear Amharic language to speak after me? Amasagnallah. Can you say Amasagnallah? Yeah, when you're in Addis or in Ethiopia, whatever, if you say like this word, you will be, unlock all the doors to be like a king. Asante sana in Swahili. Is there someone from Kenya or from Tanzania? No, asante sana in Swahili. Just to me, thank you. Thank you, okay. Merci beaucoup. Anyways, vielen Dank. This is all, I think, some of the words that may be familiar with other languages, because yesterday we are discussing about language issues. So the more you be familiar with the words, I think the more you'll be successful in this regard. Thanks so much, Yasin.
All right. Oh, thank you, Sean. Actually, we are excluding all the Germans. Okay. Yes. So okay, thank you, Yunesa, for the presentation. Now we give the floor to Leila. Leila, she implemented a project, as I mentioned, in Oman. Please, Leila, we want to use wisely our 5 minutes, because later we want to give the floor to the audience. I see different questions like that, and then we open the open discussion later after this this session. So don't worry about it. Go ahead, Leila, please.
Thank you. Amasa Gunalo.
Thank you.
And indeed, thank you a lot. Thank you, Yassine, and indeed, thank you a lot for your support and for the opportunity for us to share now and to share our experience, but also to exchange further. To exchange further after. So indeed, I had the opportunity just last month to implement an activity in the Sultanate of Oman, and actually this activity was already actually starting 7 years ago as a cooperation, but not on this topic of education. Actually, cooperation with some friends and stakeholders there started 7 years ago on over topics. And after discussions, we understood that there was a lack. There was a lack of cooperation in the terms of mobility in education. There was a lack of participation in Erasmus+. Not because I didn't want, but first the information that was not here. Also that the GCC was not part of the eligible countries at the first time. But then when it became part, there was an interest shown, but not enough information that came from the EU. And us as a network, we have a bigger possibility of impact to make these links, and also then to share information on both sides, both in the GCC or in other regions that are lacking such cooperation, and also in Europe. So the idea was indeed to develop cooperation with universities, to share information. So this first visit, actually, it was initially when I applied for this project as an initial visit, was where I was supposed to go to 2 universities that I was in contact already with. But after the activity, the ESA training that we had in Brussels, I had the chance to meet in person, not only by email, the ENFP from Oman, and this was turning completely actually the activity. That was already approved, I must say, just before we meet, and the length of the activities, the number of meetings we had was increasing so much. So at the end, the number of stakeholders I was able to meet was more important. And for this, I emphasize, because it's important actually to cooperate. Again, as I mentioned, with all stakeholders possible. So ENFP are the best contacts that you can have in all countries, the EU delegations. And then we were able to implement actually a conference at the Ministry of Higher Education and Research and Innovation, where 70 university representatives from all around the country came and they were able to hear from ICM, from Oceans, Erasmus+, but not only, because for this, of course, I was thinking that not only ICM is important for Oman and the GCC region, but Erasmus Mundus has a big impact. And of course, for here, we cooperated with EMA, and we were able to do that conference where they joined online, and then I was on site, and that was very fruitful. And after that, I was able to visit 3 other universities, 2 of them in the city, and both 2 of them actually also being technological universities. That is also important to make sure that we vary the type of universities that we contact, and one of them being also in a rural area. So it was quite far, with no, because in some countries also there is no public transportation really available. So the cooperation with that university was tremendous, and they were really willing to have a cooperation with them. So they welcomed all our activities. But I mentioned this because this is only the start, actually. Now it was the first visit, and now we are working together to implement 2 conferences in October. So one in the university in Mashat that will host normally 230 participants that are students, and the other one that is in in Sohar University. But for this one, indeed, I will also seek again cooperation from the European Commission, from ICF, and guidance, because one of the main challenge that was faced is that there is interest from students, there is interest from university, but there is no learning, like there is no cooperation in place with the universities in Europe. So the idea is also to see maybe in the future how we can link universities between them, because it's true that it's good that we go to students and to tell them, oh, go to mobility. But if the universities don't have the possibility yet, any agreement in place, it's important that maybe we can play a role. So I just put this, and if any of you had the experience or had worked on this, like I would be very happy to exchange further. But I will also, I will not enter, of course, into details, but I didn't share slides, not because I'm a good storyteller as Pedro, but only because you will be invited, of course, to follow in the social media. All the pictures and the more details will be shared. But I would like to maybe to share some takeaways, some experience that was here is first cooperate, make sure that you network well with all possible stakeholders that you can have around you, and network, of course, with other organizations to make sure that you optimize. And another thing that I would like to suggest is also know your why you are doing this project, and that will help when you apply for a project. Don't go on the other side, searching which type of project would fit better, but what is fitting better to your community? What is fitting better to the LAC? I try to identify where you can have impact. And then you will see that everything will cross together, because when you will share what is the concept of your projects, people will understand you. And another aspect is for sure dream big. I think that you will say this, but indeed, you can be innovative. You can see many possibilities, and also that's the last aspect that I wanted to mention. Actually, is cooperate among us. Like now, it's the best moment as well to brainstorm. So you understand that there is a call in October, but it's not the last one. Of course, it will be the start of many others. So brainstorm and see what maybe you have same visions between among you, and then you can already make teams and propose projects together. So I will not be longer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Leila, for the presentation. Actually, we'll go to the presentation by Mariam. I have been in the event in Dakar, in Senegal. And actually, there I understood what does it mean, the term of Tiranga. Maybe you heard about the Tiranga, the line of Tiranga. So, and Tiranga is a value really highly regarded in Senegal, which is mean the good hospitality from the people of Senegal. So you can feel the warmth of that, and I feel that. And I would say that Mariam and also Pedro, so I know that is challenging for you, especially Mariam, speaking in English. But our values in slogan last year, it was inclusivity for people that doesn't speak English, that you could make it in implementing project, doing the presentation, and so on. I think this is the best way to improve to practice our English. Now I will give the floor to Maya, and I will be your translator if you need any kind of what? You send the presentation. Yeah, I will go for Pedro, and then we can sit the presentation on the project. Okay? Who can do it that?
The translation from which language?
Yeah, he sent me the. Okay, I will forward it to Marcelo. Mariam will be present. No, but are you going to speak in English? Okay, good. You send me the presentation. Please be patient, guys. So I'm going to forward the presentation to Marcelo, okay? No. Who is in charge to make the presentation here? Clara?
I can make.
Claire.
You can send it to me.
I will send it to you.
No worries.
What is your name?
Arnaud. Do you want me to put in my number yet? No worries.
Yes. Yes. And now we give the floor to Pedro to talk about his projects in being implemented in December, I think. Tune in.
First, sorry for my bad pronunciation because this is my first year speaking English.
Test. Okay. Yes, better now? Yes. Carlos, presentation Oceans Me in 2024. My first abroad for Brazil is in Salamanca in Spain. And my second language is Spanish. I learned Spanish in 2024. And this year, Oceans give me one opportunity for stay in Brussels and as an annual meeting, and which I has experience and open-eye experience for me, because after this, in my mind, I think one new opportunity for people like me, and I development one activity, and his name is Exchange for All, democratizing access to academic mobility. So this plan is take in my university in this year in Brazil, involve both persons and events digitals or in person. The goal is reach students not only from the main campus in my university, but in from the centralized and rural areas who usually have fewer opportunities and less access to information about international mobility. The main of the activity is reduce barriers for that prevent many students for apply to exchange problems, especially for challenges and look guidelines and fear the process, and the more difficult for me too language difficulties. And this activity include workshops and scholarship for the members, and mentoring for networking connection and students who've had mobility experience with to interesting students in apply of the mobilities. And the better for me, it's a language focused in sessions collaboration in my university, because my university it have a free program for learning Englishes, and my point is encourage the support students for learning one second idiom. And after the participation of ESA, I'm very motivated because it's more powerful international experience for me. And I asked myself, what can I do for help others with this? And my projects give back open new doors for people like me. And in my university, it's a rural area in Brazil. And for me, one advice is anyone aims to lead an activo is simple. Start where you are, with what you are, and do not wait, be ready. And just take one first step and beginning after this. So is this, guys, it's a simple project, but I'm very happy for stay here for everyone. And for me, it's amazing. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Pedro, for the presentation. Now we are giving the floor to Mariam. Mariam, please go ahead.
Bonjour. Bonjour. I will teach you French later, but for now I will try to speak English like other members. So today I want to present my project in Senegal, or I will say our project, because during the whole process I was not alone. First, it was Yasin who helped me a lot, guiding me during this process to show me what to do or what not. And then I had the ASAF team with me that collaborate a lot. So I present myself. I am Mariam Wad from Senegal. I am an international legal consultant, and I will convert myself to a state agent within 2 or 3 weeks. So I hope to help ASAF and Oceans to have some partners in our state. What my involvement with Oceans Network and Erasmus in general is that I present myself as a Erasmus ambassador in Africa since 2015, when I had my mobility in Spain, and I am member of Oceans since early 2024. Then I joined the project department and the internal affairs, as I'm a lawyer, and I encourage and seek to integrate new members from my country to expand the network. And I add my membership of ASAF because it helped me during all these years to understand how I can help my community as Erasmus ambassador. I am co-ambassador of Senegal since 2021. I was a West Africa regional coordinator and member of internal affairs. And I will add that the first ASAF project was coordinated by me in 2022 in Dakar. It was a pilot project. About this project, the title is Making a Success of Your Erasmus Mobility and Preparing Your Return to Africa. And we wanted to emphasize preparing our return to Africa, our land, motherland, because sometimes my colleagues of ASAF complained about the return, the fact of they feel like abandoned. They are not supported after the mobility, so I wanted to give them some tips for valorizing their mobility when they return. It happened in the University Amadou Mahtambo of Dakar in Diamniadio in 26 April of this year. So our main objectives were to inform and raise awareness of academic mobility, increase the number of applications from Africa, and promote networking, mentorship, and experience sharing. It was an on-site and online event. So we had 73 participants face-to-face and around 100 online that were selected. And we invited the members of cabinet of the Ministry of Higher Education in Senegal, Erasmus experts, and members of EMA, Oceans, and ASAF. But what we had at the beginning is this number, 750 people registered. That can show you the interest our people have in Erasmus mobility. They consider it like a dream who they can have for achieve their goals in their career, because our universities don't work well in Senegal. We have many concerns, so people want to go abroad to continue their studies. There are some photos of the event. Yasin, you can see yourself. There were, the students were very motivated to come and learn from our members. And this is a co-ambassador of ASAF, my co-ambassador. This is a project management team. We had 2 members of Oceans and the other are ASAF members. Why I led this activity is a little bit sad, but yes, this will be the last project I will be coordinating in the alumni networks. That's why I took it, but I didn't say it to Yasin. It will be my last project in the alumni networks, because I am volunteering since COVID-19, but this year I decided to step down, and this was like a legacy that I will let to my other colleagues in Senegal, and above all, put them in relation with my partners in the state and in the universities, because I collaborate a lot with them. That's why I was working a lot since January. It will be my last one. What I've learned is that you can never learn enough, because I came with more than 10-year experiences, but I have learned new things with this project. The advice is early coordination between sister networks, like you said, because we had another project in the same region of Senegal at the same moment, and it was jeopardizing a little bit my organization. Choose the host establishment carefully. Our team was obliged to change the place of the project, but the university we chose was focused on money, and it disturbed a lot our organization. Always work as a team, adapt until the end, and ask the support department and the project manager. Yeah, I finished. Yeah. Ask the support department and the project manager what our role is and what it isn't. That's I wanted to share with you.
Okay, thank you, Mariam. Thank you for too many time, because I really appreciate it. So, and now let's open the session for the questions. I will be I have the background. So I will be gathering the questions. If you have, please, any question or comments, so anything, please let me know. We can ask our panelists. So go ahead, Samir, please.
Question for Mariam. You said you would like to step down and to let others lead. I think, I mean, it's not either or. You could do both because you have showed with your example that you can lead. So my just question, I'm not familiar with the situation on the ground. Probably Leila and Yasin are more. But why would you like to step down and let others lead while you could at the same time be a mentor for other to lead? Yeah.
Do you, like, addition to what Samir mentioned, have you meant like to move to other position which is supervising or advising or etc., or just to disappear from the stage? So is it like to move to helping others more than focusing on your own projects, so you can spread more awareness, or just to let it down at all?
Okay, we will answer the question later. So, anyone has a further question, please? It doesn't have to be about the project or the experiences themselves, but also feel free to ask about the project in general, the work packet 3, anything about.
How much budget are they giving?
Good. The budget. I will answer you. Okay.
Money, budget, money, budget.
Money. Okay, any further question? Yeah. Yes.
You were talking, Yasin, earlier about the individual projects. Can you give a little bit further detail about it? Other than that, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
This can be a general question to four of you actually. What was the most frustrating thing you have faced while organizing the project before and during and after? And how do you think from Oceans, maybe the board or the network can help, and maybe like from ICF as they are existed here today?
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. Any further question, please? Okay, let's start from the technical question, then we can explore other questions for me. Regarding the budget, so I thought it depends on the type of activity. So there are three kind of collective-based activity. They're starting the budget for one unit from 6,000 to 11,000. It depends. If you have grassroots, I think 6,000. I think updates on the Erasmus programs, it's like do the promotion, the updates, I think it's 11. And networking, professional networking for alumni, it's I think 10,000. And we have individual activities too. I think both of them for per unit is 1,200. Okay, that's it exactly. So it depends on the activity that you're choosing on your expression of interest. Another question from Russia, individual activity. Actually, I would like to invite Leila to answer this question because she experienced this kind of activity in addition to Samir, and also if he has something to add on it.
Thank you. Indeed, as for my project, I submitted as an individual activity because it's first because of the budget that I needed. I didn't need like a bigger budget, so it was 1,200 euros to implement it, and the aim was to share experience, because indeed at the beginning the initial idea was to go to universities to share experience with students, but after then exchanging with them, having a lot of calls online and seeing what is the state of play actually, is that indeed for some universities, main ones as Sultan Qaboos University, with the biggest in Masrat, they had already a lot of exchanges, but for some others it was like not only going to share but going to see how we can cooperate further. So that is a different type of activities, but also you have the mentoring activities that is a bit lower in the budget, but it's 1,100, which is actually something that you need to see what are your needs and what are your aim of your project before applying, and then you will see which type. So you have those two options. because first it was the central point, and it's true that it's not that easy finally to reach over cities, because you see it in other countries, reaching rural areas and finding universities who have agreements already. That is not easy, and then you need to go from a central point and making it easy to wider it. But also, just I will add a short point. The idea also was not to go and to do everything by my own. It was to find potential alumni that then will help us, all of us, in the future to take place in the other activities. So some alumni were found, but not as expected. And that maybe I will link it with Mohammed's question on what is my main frustration. It is true that we expect that, okay, we'll share and a lot of alumni will join and will help in the future. But no, sometimes we need to build everything from scratch, because if there is no first members who go on mobility, how can you recruit and how can you make sure that it's sustainable? So that is something. And now also during the conference, I was able to meet another university who is much further in the border of Yemen, Dhofar University, and they was so keen on doing many things. So this is story to follow, and I will be happy to share more. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila, for sharing this insight. I don't know if there is anyone has something to comment or just to add on this point. Just feel free to jump in, please. And also a very practical point regarding the individual activity. For example, Mohammed just attended an event using this kind of categories. It's like it was an event in Jordan for the staff, Erasmus mobility, kind of. And then, okay, be short, please.
I'll be very quick. It's as well like something because ad hocs maybe we haven't mentioned briefly. If you see some university around you, maybe like in a surrounding country or in your country or somewhere, like, and you feel this is very much interesting for Oceans to be represented, just forward it to the board, to the current board, and this one goes easily approved. And then you go there. Oceans funds your participation in this event, so no need to ask that event. Okay, can you fund my travels or blah blah blah? You know, they have their own budgets as well. So Oceans can assist you to go there and participate in this event. So, for example, if you see a university organizing like Erasmus week or Erasmus something, in university somewhere, just contact them. If they say you are welcome to come, just forward this directly to Oceans board, and then it happens very quick. I mean, there's no much procedures in this, and then you have it.
Maybe one sentence. We recently had Donaldson who reached out to us with this example. And the example was exactly what Mohammed explained. But please take into account that you can submit those projects within the deadlines, within the timeline. So there is a deadline for applying for projects. So for example, if you see now an event in 2 weeks and you tell us, oh, there is a Erasmus Days in 2 weeks taking place at my university, I need, I'm sorry, but in that situation we cannot help you because you are applying outside of the scope of the deadline. So basically, usually, Erasmus Days and similar events take place, you already know when, in advance. Now, at all of your universities, Erasmus Days are going to take place in October. So already now, reach out to them so you would be able to apply on time. And also, the topic has to be related to Erasmus Plus student exchange mobilities. It cannot be now with employability, green topics, even though if they are like under Erasmus Plus umbrella as a program, it needs to have a focus on what Oceans is doing.
Great. This is all true, but...
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is also an extra step that is EASEA approving the activity. So it's a little bit more long than what Mohammed described. In general, these activities, that's true. They get funded quite easily, but yeah, EASEA approval is always needed at the end.
This is the part. This is the Scandinavian sandwich. Okay. And we have another question from Mohammed regarding the support. You mentioned the support. How we do for...
It's fine. Actually, I had another point on this because I think it's essential. That's why maybe we spend some time on this. And it's true that one thing that I would suggest and highly suggest by everyone, because this is something that we built all together, like just look around you, look on the websites. Like you can just type Erasmus Plus event, or not only Erasmus Plus, but international student mobility or mobility, like some keywords in Google, and you will find so many events maybe around you. Or if it's not for you, don't look only for you. Look, you can see if you see something in Brazil or in other country, reach out so members can go as well. But not only limit yourself in universities, in things that we think about automatically. Check conferences. If there is conference about mobility, go. I will just give the 2 examples that we implemented as well before. One in September in Canada, and Samir was there to implement an activity at the One Young World, which is a big event in that is happening yearly. So what we did, we knew that this was happening. We applied, we proposed the project, and we got it. And when you receive that email, this is amazing. And then we were able to go together with Emma, because there was one member of Emma based in Canada, in Montreal already. That is a very short example, but also there was another example in Prague. There was the Czech International Education conference taking place, and same, we applied and we got it. And now actually I must say that we look forward to maybe get another positive reply for the same event, but a bit different, but still in Prague again, that Vitoria applied for, and we look forward to get it. So one thing is that it's not only like the board to look for those opportunities, but please look for those. And if you want to apply, please go for it, apply. And if you get it, that's very good. But don't limit yourself to universities or to some standards. Like, you can be innovative. Please be innovative and apply. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Leila. I think Mohammed asked for the support that we offer for people who are willing to implement a project or submit the expression of interest. Actually, as a board, particularly on the project department, we offer the support before, during, and after. How we do that is like, if you have already an idea, initial idea, it doesn't have to be well formulated in the beginning. We can have a meeting, brainstorm, formulated in order to match your idea, formalize it according to an activity type. That is the work that we do, exactly, because there are too many details. We need to cooperate. We are really at your disposal. If you have someone, most of the ideas were like initial idea, and we talk to each other. It's like we formalize the idea according to the new framework, the expression of interest, proposal, and so on. So that is the point. Regarding the supports from the ICF or ESA, etc., actually, just after the shortlisting from the board, just they give you a kind of if it's recommended for support or not, and also they ask you to do some changes. If it's recommended for support with changes, so you are done. So you have just to do the changes. Most of the changes are about budget, but that's the point. It's like you have to use the budget wisely and just go for it. I don't know if there is any further question. If not the case, we can close the session. Oh. Okay, Mariam, it's a personal question. Can you answer it, please?
Leila, tu pourras traduire pour moi? Ok. Ben, je vais parler français, donc c'est pas la peine. C'est bon. Leila will translate.
Yes, in his point, bro. We have hard translators.
C'est bon. Ok. Je vais changer de métier. Donc, je serai en internat pour 2 ans. Et après, je serai dans d'autres fonctions qui ne me permettront pas d'être active dans les réseaux. C'est pourquoi je vais quitter. Dis-lui que je ne vais pas quitter seulement en tant que leader ou en tant que coordinatrice projet, mais je vais diminuer mes activités de bénévolat.
D'accord, merci. Indeed, so she mentioned that it is not only for that she's reducing activities in oceans to let someone else lead, but it's for personal reasons as well and the professional commitments, because she will change job and she will go in like internal for 2 years, so she will not have time and to be able to commit for this volunteering.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maya, for mentioning that. And I think this is a good coronation for your career in the Erasmus organization. So now, I think
I think there is one question from Mohammed. What was the frustrating situations that you faced during the project implementation? You are raising this question, Mohammed, right? You raised this question?
Frustration.
Frustration, something?
Frustration, yes. Frustration before, during, after
Project.
implementing a project. Like, what is the most frustrating thing you feel like that should not be there, and how the board or ICF can assist?
Yeah. It's for me, I cannot answer this question because I didn't submit any expression fancy.
Okay, maybe you want to ask, or I don't know, I'm not the moderator, maybe Yasin is raising Donaldson. Right.
We can see the question and then Jonas implemented a project for grassroots. He gathered too many children in Nigeria. We did really a great.
Thank you, Yasin. And also thank you for the support and the members of the board, Samir and Laila, for all the necessary support we had during the process for the project. He just asked a very sensitive question, and I told myself I need to share, not to keep quiet. It's part of why we're here to exchange. So there are actually many problems, and one of them is timeliness, like in having feedback from the ICF. Yes, most times we had some delayed communication, and when you have a timeline and the feedback is delayed, your planning is entirely affected. So the challenge is to seek for a way to be proactive, so that while you have a delay from ICF in feedback, you should be able to bridge the gap by being proactive. So that was, for me, that was one of the things I applied. Yes, then another thing is that when you are having a project like Yasin said, my project is a grassroots project that I involved IDP children, internally displaced children, far away city from my city. So what I did was to initiate collaboration with, involve collaboration with local stakeholders. Since I'm not going to be there always, so with that collaboration with local stakeholders, I should be able to bridge the gap of implementation. So they work with me to see that the project is, and we had a very good project. It was good. Thank you. Yes, basically timely response from the ICF is going to change a whole lot of things. Yes, because when this response is delayed, it affects implementation generally.
Point taken. And ICF has really, ICF, we as board are happy with ICF. The thing is, they do have a lot on their plate, and if this happens, this is, I see it as an urgent situation. I think Yanisu had a similar problem. Reach out to us, to the board, or put us in CC, or notify us that you are in quote-unquote emergency situation, you need feedback as soon as possible because of the tickets or whatever logistics on the ground, and then we will try to reach out to ICF, because sometimes our mail goes a bit, even though we understand the ICF has a lot of work, but I'm just saying, reach out to the board, and don't wait. The worst option is to wait and not to reach out either to the ICF or to us, but it's an important point that you raised.
Yeah, actually, I see Claire smiling in the background. So actually, we don't want to blame the ICF because they are doing a great job, and also the framework is new for everyone, for ICF, for the people, etc. But even there is some kind of misfunctioning, etc., and delay, etc. All the projects have been implemented and are yet to be implemented. So at the end, your project, your activities have been recommended for support. At the end, it will be supported. Maybe it's part of the learning. Maybe it's part of the challenge, and so that is the point. Ryan, good.
Just very quickly, one frustration that will lead to a question. So, I'm a very practical person. So about the money again. Okay. Yeah. So regarding the funds. So as I told you, in the past, I have no project in this framework, but with ESA project I had one, and I know that you will have to, as I told you before, you have to have your own budget, and then they will reimburse you because they only pay hotels in advance 50%, and now it's different. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. So is it now? Okay. So are they like now? Are they paying for everything and they are giving money like before?
No.
Because they pay afterwards.
No, now it's now indeed the framework is a bit different and it works well. It takes time, of course, to understand how it works and everything, but also depending on if it's individual project or like a collective one. If it's individual, you receive before even doing the project, you receive 80% of the funds, which is like able to allows you to cover most of the things. And after, then when you give the report, the final report, including the financial report, you receive the 20% more. So that's for the individual one. For the collective one, it's in 3 steps. So first, you receive 50% before implementing. Yes, and you take the tickets, you do everything. So everything is on your, and before that, but this I go to detail, but you will need to do like some administrative steps, etc., to be a vendor, and you will receive everything like the funds on your account, and you do everything. Like you do the booking of the flights, accommodation, like every cost, and after like this 50 before, and after during the mid report, you receive 30% of the cost, and when you give the final report, it's 20% of the cost.
Yeah.
So it's different.
This is a very good question. Actually, yeah, it's crucial. So now I think it's almost resolved. It's like I would just say the information exactly confirmed here. Up to 6,000, yeah, up to 6,000 you receive 80% before and 20% after. More than 6,000 you receive 50% before, 30% in the midpoint, and 20% after. Exactly. For individual, you receive the money, I think, before. 80%. Okay, 80%. Yeah, for people online. So thank you for sharing these experiences. You are amazing, and thank you for the audience for interacting, make it really rich and useful. Thank you.
As you see, of course, in the agenda, we are quite further on time, but it doesn't mean that we will rush now into the breakout rooms to do another session. We will not stand between your lunch. So we have one proposal actually, and I would like to seek your agreement if it's fine. As you saw in the agenda, we have two rounds of breakout rooms. So one that was supposed to happen until now, and that one that is after lunch. So of course, in matter of time and considering the importance of the previous session, what we propose is that we cancel the breakout room round that we had now, and we keep only the one after lunch. So actually, it's the same topics. So it's only that we will focus only once. That is good for you? Thumbs up. So then the announcement is for the next steps is that we will take the group photo now. Actually, we will follow and we'll go there. And after at 1, we can
night, good evening, goodbye. Sounds good. Hello? Hi? Remember me, Russia? I'm not Farouk. Okay, Farouk is a male's name. I'm Russia. Okay, I hope you've all enjoyed the breakout sessions, learned a lot, very useful, had interesting discussions. We're going to go through each one of these breakout holes and the results. So I will ask those who had moderated each one of these sessions to help me out here, because I didn't attend any of them because I was checking on each one of them. So let me start with the one closest to me, and it's this one here. Oops. Oh, they had a long session here. Samir or Layla, can you help me out here? Okay, Samir and Layla had done a Layla and Samir and their team had done a breakout session about sustaining oceans in the long-term perspectives, enhancing our governance and functioning. Okay, so they had an interesting discussion. I heard bits and pieces of it, so I'm sure they can tell you better than I do. Mike is all yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just how many? We have 5 minutes, right? Yes. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, timekeeper, but we will be short. So just to be direct, in the couple of past months, we have been discussing with ICF the new possibility and kind of the signals that have been coming from the European Commission in terms of funding oceans, and not only oceans, but also other sister and brother and cousin organizations. And this is that it might happen in the upcoming years that European Commission might limit or completely stop the funding and the support of sister organizations, of alumni organizations. The reasons are various. This doesn't mean it will happen 100%, but there has been some signals that have been coming from the European Commission in terms that say, okay, it might be possible that the funding might be less, that it might be a different type of support. It might not be financial support, and that's why we decided to ask this question to our members, and we have been discussing it in the group, how the Oceans Board and the Oceans members should position themselves in terms for this potential situation and potential scenario not to surprise us in the upcoming months or years.
Absolutely, and the thing is that we don't know. We can only speculate if it happens or not, but of course this is in the pipeline, and we also take the experience from the other organizations, and we are very happy to hear and to exchange further on this. And the idea in our cases is to be prepared, like to be ready for this, but not only to be registered. It's like to have a better governance in our cases. When we look back at how we are working now, we see, of course, good things working, but a lot of lacks that we can cover, that we can work better on, and this is what we discussed, of course, and how to improve it. So indeed, there was an idea to set a task force to dig more into details, because, of course, half an hour is not enough to discuss everything, but to have a kind of study to where we stand, where we want to go, and to have different situations. Okay, if we get without any support now from the Commission, even like in the worst case scenario, like nothing. But of course, we are now representing the interest, of course, of the European Commission. So we will continue to get support in the form of an or another, but in which form? That's the question. And also in the term of financing and how, as volunteers, we can all contribute to it. Because if we get registered, of course, it will be a lot of responsibilities, both administrative, because we will not get the precious support that we are getting now from as a support service team. Also in terms of governance, the big question is, are we ready? Are we equipped with the right skills to do it? I don't think so, and we don't think so, because we were also discussing that maybe our structure is not good enough. But at the end, if you look at our organigram, it's not that effective. and how can we make it more effective? That also some of the questions, and the importance is indeed to make sure that it's sustainable, and also that not only in the future that we need to look for, but to look back. And when we look back for the moment, we are lacking a lot of information. There is a loss of information in the flow, and there is no like recording or exactly institutional memory, and this is why there is of course some improvements in terms of this, and this is why the internal affairs the department was created. I will not go into details, but please, Samir,
maybe just to conclude, 1 minute. So what does it mean in very practical terms? If the EU would cut funding to CEST organizations, including Oceans, that would mean that the funding for projects would be down, that the support that we receive through ICF would be down, that these events would be non-existent anymore, and that would in turn mean for us to find alternative funding. That would mean that we would have to register organization as an independent entity, probably in some sort supported by the European Commission. But then we would have to most probably employ people, something similar that ESN is already doing for quite a number of years. That EMA is registered since last year or 2 years ago. And I think that would be also kind of a path that Oceans would have to take. We are not saying this is going to happen, but the aim of this workshop today was, in case it happens, we will be ready and prepared, and today's sessions is actually just the first step in what might come next.
Thank you, Leila and Samir. Okay, I'd like,
thanks to our group.
And if there's anybody that would like to ask questions or add to whatever, okay, don't. Okay, next let's see another group in one of the other halls, and it's all about charting a vision, the future of oceans. I think this was done by Scott and Mohammed, yes? You guys can join.
Leave it to me. Godfather, hello.
Okay.
I don't need a microphone, to be fair.
You need, because of the...
Okay. Oh, the live stream, yes. So, looking at the future of oceans. So we've spent a lot of time discussing where oceans had come from and how it changed over time. And one of the key things with oceans is engaging the members. We have a lot of wonderful members, and we need to engage with them more. We thought maybe create a mentor program. So one thing discussed in our experience, a lot of people that are doing it around the exchange, they're quite active during their exchange. A few years after their exchange, then in their late 20s, early 30s, they disappear for a while they focus on their career. And then in their late 30s, or mid to late 30s, they come back. And we're at that stage now of a lot of original members of Oceans are actually coming back. They're reaching a stage in life where they're stable and they can actually mentor people. So how do we engage with those members and really benefit the organization? Do I do the next one?
You can do it, I can do it.
Okay, no worries then. So we'll talk about how wonderful ASAF is and the fact that it's a regional body for Africa, because it's really easy to join, it's really easy to know what it does, and it can deal with local issues. Where Oceans, just coming here, the visa variety is immense. It's just like Asia, South America, Africa. It's a lot of variety in our visa thing, but also in the culture and identity of people. And so running projects and stuff and specializing, it's hard to specialize when you're global. And so we've seen ASAF and Weber and the wonderful thing they've done, and we would like to have more regional bodies, perhaps one in Southeast Asia and South America at some point in the future. And if Oceans could be essentially the incubator for that, where people can all meet up together, say at our AGM, and on the side of it, they can do their own thing after and then have these meetings and discussions, we think that would be a wonderful thing that Oceans could provide to the Erasmus community.
The last thing we have talked about is specifying who can become a member. Okay. Again, the last thing we have discussed about is specifying who can become a member, and we have declared how this issue been developed, starting with oceans being for a network for exchanges between Europe and USA, and then the whole development all along the years, and now we have reached a moment that last year I was a board member, and I really like when I was a board member, I don't have very clear answer who can become a member and who's not. We are still actually facing similarly this issue. And that's because we have discussed the changes that keeps happening on the network and the external things from the European Commission itself. So we want to create a clear vision, a clear declaration of who can become a real member and, let's say, identify our targeting. Then we can have more clear targets.
We discussed but the European Commission essentially, from what we can guess, is they want to include more people into Erasmus alumni, and they don't want to create new organizations or from scratch, but also, and so they want to join the organization, but then what criteria do you have? How does it change that organization? I don't think the European Commission knows. They know they want to do something. They know they want to maximize the resources they have, essentially us, and they don't know how. And so it's a bit confusing, and it would be good to specify exactly who can become a member of Oceans and what that then entails for Oceans.
Yeah, I think we ran out of time, so.
Okay, so any questions? Any questions to the gentlemen? I'd like to thank their group and themselves. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, we got a group of ladies here. We've got Ilham and Victoria. Would you please come? Okay. I know, Victoria, that you.
Hello. 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 It's me. Well, basically, me and Ilham, we were talking about how to expand the ocean experience. Me and Ilham, we are part of the community development department, and this means that we are here to improve your experience as Oceans members. Of course. It's Ryan, right? Yeah. He said something really interesting here, that what he misses in the student networks nowadays is that we need to integrate professional life to the network. Of course, we want to promote mobility, and we want more and more people to have access to this kind of opportunity, but we also want to take something back from us. And most of us are in our professional lives and are working and doing, facing professional challenges. So what he suggested, and then people were improving his idea, was a platform where matches would be based on professional life. So we took, as an example, the mentorship program, but based on the professional skills, not only the soft skills. And that would be good also to the knowledge bank that would be used to make a consultation when we need someone to give trainings, for example. So if we need someone who's an architect, we can call Razan. If we need someone who needs to write, to give trainings about writing, we can call one who is a nice journalist. So basically, we can call Russia. It's all right. I found a mummy in my wardrobe, so I will call you. It's okay. So basically, the idea here is taking something that we already have, which is the mentorship program. We will have the mentorship training very soon, and we will use this mentorship match, but in a professional way. So we can also take something from this, not only to the network, but to our professional lives. Another thing that people suggested was an environment online to meet each other. Because something that we face as a challenge is that people only see each other in on-site events. So how we can keep more and more engaged with each other in virtual chattings. And Luan suggested a Discord room, which is different from the WhatsApp group because we will be able to talk on video and also only voice messages. This would maybe keep people more engaged to have conversations with each other. I think it will be the closest we could arrive from the same contact we have in this kind of events without leaving our places. Another thing that people pointed was having trainings online but with better structure. So not only trainings with one day or something superficial, but really structured training that might last more than a day. Do you want to talk about that? Because he suggested one training that I wasn't still a member.
But I don't have to interfere. But Ryan mentioned really good thing about the leadership program training that Scott and Cosme, I think, they organized both of them, and it had a really great impact on members. It took like 3 months. It's not just one day training. Even when you write it on your CV, it's more valuable. So Ryan was suggesting that we do more things we do more than just 1 day or 2 days trainings, and it's good for members. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and something else that people pointed, and it was brought by newest members from Oceans, is that they feel they need a little more guidance when they join the network. This is something that we as the board, we already know and feel that we need. So we are working on that. But again, if you guys have any ideas of how to do it, any suggestions, we are open to listen to this. And also giving gifts to people who participate more. And here Nada had the idea to give points to the members who participate of online activities that could be used to redeem in on-site activities. So people would participate more on online workshops. Exactly. This is amazing, right? And also to the guidance video introducing basic concepts, talking about the national representatives and things. And I just talked. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Yes, please.
Yeah, this actually with this. Open. Would you please open it? I'm sorry if I was rude. Okay. Okay, حطوا كده board. This will give you. Madre mia. Okay, mira, I'm here. Okay, I don't need it. So this will give you more. This will give you more transparency in front of everyone, and this will actually make people more motivated because they know if they do things, they will see it instantly, and then I think, as I told you, this is for you because it would make a real transparency in front of everyone. Why are we here today, and why others are not? So I think this is so good for you if you consider it. Thanks.
I agree with you, Ryan, but there's a point when I do online classes and I don't have the cameras opened, I can tell my students are probably asleep in the bathroom, in the kitchen, that kind of a thing. So how can you tell if I have an online event and giving him or her points? Okay.
We are volunteers, so the fact that people accept to join the thing, it means they are willing to participate and willing to engage, you know, because they don't have to participate in your training, but they choose to, and it's not something that they are paying for, they paid for. So I believe this doesn't exist on an organizational level where everything is on volunteer basis, because people they have the freedom not to choose, not to join.
I agree with you very much, but the point system is going to be very tempting. Because everybody's, again, I have a point system, and let's say for 50 in this room, and all 50 of us attend. And this is going to be still confusing when you have the points, because everybody's going to be attending. So you're doing, yes?
We won't be giving like marks for people who attended the AGM. The AGM will be like a reward.
I totally understand, but what I meant is that it's great everybody's attending. How are you going to do it if everybody does?
But the point is we make everybody attend. If we manage to make everybody attend, if we make to manage everyone attend, then we already reach the point. Because the point is to engage more people and to activate them.
But I think that it's already a criteria that we use, that we always prioritize people who are more active. So if everyone joins the online activity and I give a moment to people to interact, I will know who is interacting with me, you know? So basically, it will be happening the same way, but I will be giving points to people. But I will still know, as a board member, who is active, and I will know that in the time to select people. Sorry.
Just a minute. No, it's okay. And then, can I give the mic to Nada or Asaf?
So the idea about the points, it's not only about the online attendance, it's also to engage volunteers in the task for Asaf, it's the task forces. So we need members to help the board to be active. So not only online, maybe it's 1 point, but if you do something more, you can get 2 or 3 points. You know, it depends on the action and how time it takes to. If you do one action by yourself, for example, you make a poster for an event, you get like 2 or 4 points. You know, but online it's 1 point, so it's good.
And being the facilitator, 3 points, huh? Okay, Scott, I'll get you the mic because of the online people. Scott's going to give one last comment and we're done.
The solution to the issue of are people paying attention is quite simple. Guys, I'll wait for the people talking at the front. Victoria and everyone. I'll wait for you guys. Are you ready now? All good, okay. If you're going to give people points for being online, the solution is simple. They have to have their camera on. If they don't have their camera on, they don't get a point. Done. Easy. There's a solution to every problem. The idea is good. If you have a problem, we can find a solution to it. So, yeah.
I totally agree with you, Scott. Does anybody else have a 30-second comment?
It's something that it's also very considerate. Like, people are giving you a training on a Saturday morning, like, just turn your camera, interact a little with it. It's like, they are also volunteers.
Yeah, I have a comment regarding this because in Africa, the internet is very... In Africa, the internet is very weak, so if they use the camera, they won't hear anything, so yeah.
You can send me an emoji, it's all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to add not on this point, but on...
Not everyone has internet. There are some people in the world who do not have internet, so... Not everyone has access to, like... Yeah, because we're Oceans is not just for one people. Oceans is for all around the world. Maybe you can find people in, I don't know, in a secluded area in Vietnam or whatever. They don't have internet, so I don't know. Maybe.
So I just wanted to add on the point where one of the ideas was on new people need to have more kind of onboarding or navigation. Maybe I'm just a bit too old and too long in Oceans, and maybe I don't need this type of slides. But do we actually have, for new members, do we receive some package which would be, okay, this is the board, this is how we are funded, these are the working groups, these are the contacts of the current members, how to do things and how to apply for projects, how to join the group, key events of a year, this is our statute. Do we have something like that? Because I think, so every AGM, we have sisters organizations coming and explaining their structure. So I heard it maybe 15 times, but the same maybe would be good to introduce. This is Oceans, and this is what we do, because I don't know how many new people we have today in the room, but perhaps some. And some super easy steps can really address that problem.
Attending more than one AGM, I feel what you said. Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody. I am very sorry if we cannot take any more comments. We will discuss these comments during the...
Every quarter, we do the onboarding session. We had it last month, and we had a lot of participants. For the oldest and the newest members, because we also needed to give a little more guidance to former members. But the idea is to have more and more,
So every time a member enters, we have the call with them. And the communications team is also working on a welcome package. So they can have the video introducing, and they are also going to be able to be part of the mentorship program. They will be paired with former members, so they can be strict in contact with someone who already knows the way and talk about their doubts. So I hope we can do this soon. Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan, and I want to add one point. Yeah, and all, just why there is no plan of 1 year. Primary plan, there is when we found the training dates, even the dates will change. But 1 year, the plan is clear. We found the trainings, AGM, I don't know anything that we can prepare ourselves in that dates and times to share and to be with you in the online. The last time I can't join you in online training because the time, and so when you have a plan of 1 year, a clear strategy, and yeah, you can change date or times. It's okay, but we know there is training. You know topics. People, I think, they will be engaged more and things clear, like Ryan said.
Thank you very much. This was a very enriching session. Thank you, Ilham. Thank you, Victoria. Okay, last but not least, and I know that the project is something really big for most of us, online or on-site. So Yassine, the floor is all yours. And you have 30 seconds because Jens is going to... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, actually it's fine. But I don't want to talk more about project, but also I would like to invite my Italian friends. Come here. Piano, piano. Come. Susanna and Alfredo. Yeah. They will do an overview about our work in our group, so I will be here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. But actually, Yassine conducted our session perfectly. I don't know if it's working, actually. It's working? Yes. Okay, perfect. And so we went through, all kind of projects that we all can somehow conduct. He showed us all the frameworks, all the options that are on the table, and there are actually a lot of them. They are different from the past. I am a pretty much old member of Oceans Network, so things changed over time, but there are still like big opportunities for all of us. Yassine and the board are going to share documentation that can help us all to propose project and lead project themselves. Board will be responsible also for feedback. You all can definitely leverage on the expertise of the members that already conducted successfully projects, and I definitely would suggest for that. And so I think you should feel free to contact members that are expert on the side. Yassine, firstly, the board, and whoever can definitely support you in this. There are also chances to partner with sisters organization, and this is something definitely that is in favor of the successful of the project itself. There are big projects, smaller projects, so there are really many options on the table. I don't know, Susanna, if you want to add anything on. I have some. Go for it.
I have some budget details since someone before asked, but for collective-based activities, we already said this, but if you want a brief recap, we have networking and professional development activities with a budget up to 11,000, and then updates on European program and policies for up to 20 people, and for a budget up to 10,000, and then grassroots initiatives in a local community with a budget of up to 6,000. And we said that the next call will be in autumn, right? For these collective based activities. And then we have the individual activities which are opened basically without a deadline and can be to share the Erasmus Plus experiences and also like mentoring programs and helping other students and giving guidance for this. And since I'm from Garage Erasmus, I also want to tell you that I'm really available if you want to collaborate for some project submissions, since our organization is mainly based by universities and institutions and is not made by like individual. I would be really glad to cooperate with you, and I really want to be an Ocean member too, so I will submit my applications after this. Thank you. Yes, since 2012.
Yassine, would you like to add anything?
Actually, I would like just to add another point. So in the board, we are offering some guidance. So once a member shows some interest to apply for or submit an expression of interest, we share with him or with her like a folder on Google Drive, including the expression of interest, which is a form, a cost estimation, and the agenda, which is a Gantt diagram, but also some grid and also summarization of the full guidance provided by ICF. But the thing that we would like to have more for the next upcoming calls is like to have more engagement from experienced members of Oceans that have already experienced or implemented project under the ESA project. It's not really that different, but it's the same proposal, the same project proposal. You have the experiences, you have the knowledge, you have the contact that would be really good to have a kind of P2P assistance. And we experienced that with UNSO and Nuda, and Leila helps a lot in this. So just feel free to reach out to you have a direct communication with the member. You don't have to go through the board. Just we are there if you need our assistance. If not the case, just feel free to spread your experience. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, grazie. Obrigada. No, because I don't know the words. Anyhow, I want to thank each and every one of these groups. You've done a great job. The moderators, the facilitator, including Fouk, my friend, one of the ex-presidents who unfortunately could not make it. But I want to thank you all for joining in these breakout sessions. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. Okay, and next we have Luan, who's... Okay, you don't want this one? Okay.
Okay, guys. So now is my part. Last year... No, foi? Hello? Ai, caralho. Hello? Okay, can everyone listen to me? Okay, perfect. Stop laughing. So guys, last year, AGM in Prague, we have a little discussion about the advisory board, the 1 minute that we have to do it in the rules and procedures, because it's already in the institute. So we've been working on it, and we cannot vote today because the EC made some changes, not in this part, but in parts that was already in the rules and procedures. So we have to send the document back before we can open a vote online for you guys to vote. But I here to present the main edits that we made in the document, because it's one of the document attached documents to the statute, so it's really important for the organization. Okay? Everyone's happy? Okay. So the first thing we added is the advisory committee, Basically, it's a committee that advises the board. Is made of people that is chosen by the board, people that have experience in oceans. At first, we're supposed to be only presidents, ex-presidents, but as people has different kinds of expertise, and some people, for example, I have expertise in communications. I didn't serve communications, so I can help in this part of the work for the board. So we put like this: people who had worked in the board and have expertise can be chosen for the advisory board. So as is written there, and this is the first part. The terms of service, they can serve for 1 year term, as the same as the board, and as they are chosen by the board is that. The advisory board advise the board on strategic initiatives, partnerships, and opportunities for organizational growth. Provide feedback and key decisions on the annual working plan and significant amendments on the statute and rules of procedures, and support the boards and members to review important documents and things like that as the boards work. They only meet online, but they can participate in the board meetings on site with solicitation and transparency. So this is an important thing to point out, because some people was thinking in the comments when you open the community that like the advisory board can travel with the board, but it's not true. It's only in really specific things, okay? And annually, the advisory committee also do a report to the members and to the board. Perfect? Okay. Another thing that we have to add is the... Sorry? Of course. I go there.
I was just wondering, why don't you do some kind of application for people who want to be in that advisory board? Because that appointed by the board sounds a little bit vague. Like, it's part of the procedure, right? It will be appointed by the board. Says.
The board will not be deciding on who will join.
Well, that's what it says.
I think it was more of like being confirmed. We can rephrase this.
Because I think there would be some kind of, maybe you just open and people who are motivated, and I understand it's not like, okay, I joined today and I already going to advise you, but a little bit create that motion in a community that why the group could join or express at least interest to join, and then you consider, because otherwise it sounds a bit limited.
That they will apply to the board, and then the board will select based on the application. It's more about...
If I may clarify, actually, based on our discussions, the idea is indeed it is open for president, ex-vice president, ex-president, but it is not like automatic. Like, of course, there will be an opening of interest, so expression of interest. So the previous one can express an interest, but we can't accept everyone. Like, we can have 50, for example, participants in the advisory board. So after the board will need to decide, okay, how many we want and who will stay in the advisory board. I don't know if it's clear.
No, it's not limited. It's not limited. They have
Like
preference.
that's an example, but it will be there will be an expression of interest to the previous board members in general, and then it's up to them if they want to participate or not. But as it is mentioned, indeed, it's not for everyone that can participate inside. I don't know if it's clear enough.
It's clear? Any more questions about this part? Okay. Yeah, this first part is already finished. We can discuss the advisory committee first, and then we go to the breaches of code of conduct, okay?
As I understood, I do agree with Evalina. I think it's not restricted for the president and the vice president. This is the changes. Okay, good.
Any more questions about this first part? Okay. I'm walking a lot today.
Yeah, I just wanted maybe to say maybe let's make it clear how many members. I think that has to be clear in the rules of procedures, so that maybe, yeah, when we know the number that we want to say 10, just like the board members, we know how many are there. I think that's.
At first, we have like a certain number. It's 5 to 7. Okay. and then we have to change to an even number. But as the advisory committee has no power of voting, so it kind of doesn't matter. And the board will confirm it who is going to be, and we have to trust in the discretion of the board, the next boards that after this is implemented, to choose the good number of people that can advise them. And that's it. Oh, sorry, more questions? Oh, Scott. Okay. I thought he was going to go to shout.
No problem. No, they want me on the mic. I'm just reading it, and it says the advisory board will submit an annual advisory report, which is fine. But in order to do that, though, we need to be kept abreast of what the board is doing. And I'm assuming that's going to be an informal agreement, or do you want to write it down, essentially?
Excuse me, sorry?
It says here, the advisory committee will submit an annual advisory report to the board, summarising its recommendations, key observations, and advice on future directions for the network. But in order to do that, though, we need to know what's going on within the network. And you can't bring every advisory board member to the AGM. So in which case, we need a report from the board or something from the board to tell us what's going on, what the issues are, how well you're doing and stuff. Now, that's not written here, which is fine. But I just thought I'd clarify, is that the plan? You will debrief us at some point, and then... Because in our meetings, it said meet up twice annually. It'd be good to have at least one board member at that meeting, so we know what's going on.
So the idea is these meetings, the advisory boards take place for the advisory board is with the board. So we debrief you, and you can help us make decisions. That's the idea. Yeah. More questions? Okay.
Okay. Brilliant idea. This one is a brilliant idea. My contribution specifically is on the tenure of office. The proposal which I saw there for 1 year, to me, it's not convincing enough because we need continuity. And if we need to sustain continuity, we need to make this advisory board stay a little bit longer for them to fill up the gaps. If they are changed annually, it would disrupt on the continuity and also on the institutional memory.
Okay.
In the rest of the text, it was written that they can reapply for next year, and they can, in theory, stay indefinitely long, which hopefully will not be the case. But we don't need anyone staying indefinitely long. But this was in the next sentence, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So advisory committee members serve a 1-year term, which may be renewed based on the board's discretion on an indefinite basis. So I mean this, and I think this indefinite basis will change from board to board. I mean maybe other set of the board members will have a different opinion who should stay in this body, who not.
Yes. So basically, with the amendments, the board did with the statutes in 2023 solved the lack of this point, while like stricting that a person can serve only 2 years, which is 1 year mandate for 2 mandates maximum in the board. So you have every 2 years the board is changing 100%. Okay, like you can't have the same board for more than 2 years. This is maximum, and by the advisory board getting assigned from the board, it will be automatically changed with a preference of the new board. So for someone to stick in the advisory board forever, it's absolutely no. I mean, because the board is changing and the board is assigning new people, and absolutely they will not have the same preference all the years. So this is, I think, the best text we can have for the advisory board, as the problem is solved from the roots by removing these sticky things in the board in the first place, which leads to this one.
One thing I want to add is that I'm the second term in this board, and we have changes in people, and we always took democracy as the main point in transparency to all members. And when we are in board meetings, we vote together and we decide everything together. So I believe that all boards were like that before and will be like that before. So if, as Mohammed said, if the board changes every 2 years, people in the advisory board might not be remain the same. So we put like this as indefinite basis as the discretion of the board because of that. Any more questions? Yeah. Yeah, we can. The, okay. For this document was in document portal for 2 weeks, and there is no comments about that, so that's why we didn't change anything. This is put.
Okay, sorry to jump here again. So the point of creating the advisor board in the first place was to involve these people who are well experienced, but they are no longer eligible to be in the board. So we want still to get the knowledge from these people. And they are not ruling, I mean, they do advices, but they do not take decisions.
So let's take a real case scenario. If tomorrow
Hello. Okay.
apply for advisory board, and if he would be if he if Scott says, I have now have time anymore, a board members could say he's not contributing anymore. Maybe.
Sorry, the microphone is low, I guess.
So, we decide to speak in this.
Okay, no problem.
So,
I can do this.
Yeah, perfect. So the indefinite term will probably benefit me the most. Essentially, by benefit me, it means it will benefit the board the most. Essentially, I'm always here for the board. The board know that if there is a term limit, I would still assist the board regardless. But the benefit of the indefinite term is, let's say you set the term at 10 years, and I've been on it now for 5 years, say, informally. After 5 years, I leave, no problems, but then saying 4 years after that, they need my help, then I will help, of course, even if I'm not on the advisory board. But it does allow that flexibility for people to come and go as their family situation allows. But the key thing I would say is, if somebody's willing to give their time to Oceans, Oceans should accept that. Whether it's me or anybody in this room, if they're willing to give their time to Oceans, you should always accept that. And if they're willing to give it for 20, 30 years, how lucky is Oceans to have that? Because it's all free, it's all volunteer. They make no decisions. They just give. That's all they're doing.
20 years. Any more questions? Sorry. Well, okay. Yeah, and this is like. Okay, guys, no more comments in this part of the document, right? Okay. Other thing that we add was the one kind of things to report breaches in the code of conduct of oceans? Is okay. I can put it here. Too much. Calm down. Caralho, sou péssimo, viado. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Another thing that we had was reporting documented breaches of conduct, and is a way we can do that to report to the board to investigate and punish the breacher. Guys, please, what the fuck?
Continue.
Don't kill me, please. So, any members that witness or becomes aware of potential breach of code of conduct can report. It's like obligatory, please, for the president or the board to designate a committee to investigate and punish the breacher. So, this is the report should be submitted in writing, the nature of the breach, individuals involved, date, time, location, and supporting evidence or witness, because this is a way to have an impartial judgment inside the organization. After the board receives the document, they have 24 hours to log the confidential incident, register via email, and send to the committee to investigate. If it is a board member that is the breach, the reports must be made to the advisory committee. This is a guarantee to impartiality in the vote. So, after 7 days of the report, sorry, my English is bad. They convene the conductor preliminary assessment to determine the severity of the credibility of the alleged breach. This will involve reviewing the submitted report, consulting the involved parties, and gathering additional information if necessary. Based on this initial assessment, the board will decide whether to dismiss the case, address through the formal resolution, or initiate a formal investigation. The formal investigation will the board will appoint a partial investigation committee in 7 days, composed with members of the advisory boards and external experts if necessary. The investigation committee is responsible for conducting thorough interviews with the relevant parties, collecting and reviewing pertinent documents and evidence, maintaining confidentiality and impartiality through the process, and the investigation should be completed in 14 days after the committee formation. The reporting decision making will be after this investigation part, and the report will be submitted to the board in 7 days of completing the investigation, and the board will report and make a decision appropriate of course of action in 14 days. This may include no further action, informal resolution, or formal disciplinary action as suspension or termination of membership. This is important. I believe it's important in like harassment cases and other types of things that might happen. They're not supposed to. The outcome, the decision will be written to the individuals involved, and in the summary, we respect confidentiality, of course, because we don't want to put the victim's face there, and this is important. The board will also monitor the implementation of actions taken to ensure compliance and effectiveness. Annual review will be made, safeguarding procedure and conducting lessons learned, and update the process with the best practice and any changes in legal organization frameworks. So that's it. Any questions? Please don't. No, please. Any questions? No? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. As the EC has some comments in other parts of the document, we made the changes and send it back. And after they send us the document back, we have to put 2 weeks in the community portal for you guys make the last review, and we'll open a voting online for members to vote. Every member is eligible to vote, so please read the document, please vote, please help us in this process because it's really important for oceans. Okay? What else?
Just to finalize on this, so for the voting of
hate this so much.
There is a. To come in is just to finalize for the process, because as you know it's documents such as the statutes and as the rules of procedure, we need to follow really strict process for the validation, otherwise it's not valid. And then as you mentioned correctly, indeed there is around 4 comments that you saw already, a new one that will come, but also we will organize an exceptional general meeting online. So for this as well, we inform now. You will have the voting opened online. You will have enough time for it. And if you have any comments before, for that, please come in beforehand, before we do this, because we need to, even if it takes time, and if you have still some things to say, it's time now to do it before the voting. And after then we open the voting, and during this EGM we will be able to announce and to finalize the voting. So just it's procedural, but we need to go through it. Thanks.
Okay. Don't hate me.
Yes, Leila, thank you so much. I think as we did in the past 2 years or 3 years regarding the statutes modification, you can share the current documents online, maybe right after the AGM, for those who are not present, even for us as well. If you have any comments, we will put that online, then you will integrate before the voting.
Just to reply on it, because actually this is actually the second round already. There was already 1 round open to everyone that was open for 2 weeks for revision, and if there is any comment. So from that we took already some comments, and now we received the comment from the Commission. So the idea was just to put it not for comments, if there is main comment, major things, we can review the process and take a bit longer, but we will need to have it validated as soon as possible, because now it has been 2 years that it's running on. So the idea is, of course, if already now you think that no, we should go again through the comments process, please let us know. We will adapt and we will do it, and we'll do the EGM maybe early autumn, September, October, but we can't delay it more. So let us know, let Luan know, so this he can coordinate. And of course it will be shared, but now the idea was indeed to share it only for for information with the update of the Commission. But please, Luan.
I'll have 2 mics. It's okay. Oh my God. Sorry. As Lila said, okay.
No, it was a question. And the document is going to be passed by the majority.
Yeah.
Or the consensus.
No, it's.
Okay.
No question. Last one, please.
Okay, I was particularly interested on the penalty, or rather the actions after the disciplinary investigations. And I saw those alternatives of suspension, and so I was particularly interested in wanting to know if we have already a disciplinary code of conduct which highlights the offenses that we have agreed. These are offenses, and to each list of offenses, here are the possible actions that attract these offenses. If that document exists, then it validates that column. But if we do not have it, then that is actually grounded on a frail foundation. It may likely collapse. So that's really my main interest.
That's the thing exactly, because of course we can't talk about sanctions and measures if we don't have this in place. So actually there is a lot of things happening for that. So the code of conduct, as you saw maybe in the link tree, we included it. So if you see it and you signed to be here already, it's taken into account. So it's listed. There is a lot of breaches that are listed that are not exhaustive, but they are listed. Another thing that we included as well is that now for all members that are joining Oceans as well, now in the community portal, you need to click I accept the code of conduct. So this will mean that it's binding. It's not only a document that we put here just for information. It's not for information. So it's binding, and now we are working on how we do with the members who are already here and didn't click on that button. So now you are receiving from ICF already like the code of conduct in all the events, but we'll need to find a way that it's signed, like it is agreed. But yeah, this is something we work on, of course, to improve. And also the document that we have now, we will work even more to improve it and to make it like more maybe detailed. Sorry.
Addressing some of your concerns regarding breach of the code of statutes, there isn't a prescribed punishment for each breach, because each breach will have a variety of how egregious you will breach it. And that's why we're trusting in the advisory committee to be fair and impartial and to use their best judgment. And nobody wants to kick a member out of Oceans, and so they will always be lenient in some ways, but it will be up to them to have a list of, if you do X, Y will happen. The list would be 20, 30 pages long. It would, because within each breach there's a variety of, like, there's a degree of how you can breach it. So I would say we don't have exact punishments for each breach, but we just trust in whoever is assigned to review the case, the committee that's done that. So that's what I think personally.
Guys, I'm really sorry, but if I stay more time here, I'll probably get killed in 2 minutes. So I'm gonna finish this part. And if you have any doubts, just DM me on WhatsApp or send me an email. I can respond to everything, okay? Perfect. Thank you very much. Please don't kill me, man. I'm so sorry.
All right, thank you, Luan. Please give him a big round of applause for his great moderation. Thank you, Luan. For interest of time, you will have a maximum of 10 minutes for tea break. So we'll meet after 10 minutes. So let's have a coffee break. Thank you.
Hi. So we are almost at the end of the day already. As you saw, some. Hi, sorry. Okay, I think after the coffee break we need to do it again. We'll do the game that we did, not the game, but what we did this morning. Mohammed. Okay, do you remember when I say sisonke, you say? Ah, it's hard after the day, right? I know. Okay, simunie. Sisonke. Sisonke. Sisonke, Hey, thank you. Okay, so now we are almost at the end of the day, and as you saw, we had so we had a lot of discussions about what we can improve, what we can do better, and what we should do better. Of course, as oceans, in terms of cooperation as well. And now, in the next part, it will be about having a step back to look at what we did and to go through the last month, the last year, what happened a bit, and then that will help us to see what will happen next for the session that will be right after about the working plan, so the planification ahead. And for this, first we want to start by just going back to just an overview of the roadmap of what we did, more or less. And this didn't start, of course, last year. We were just building on what happened since the beginning. Like, of course, here we are not going on that step. And this is what we discussed, that we need to have the institutional memory and to know exactly what happened before. But now, for us as a current board, we are starting from what happened from 2024, from last year. And as you know, a lot of things happened from last year with the new framework, with the inception phases with the new service provider. And this helped us to come to the initiation of all those activities that we were discussing before, that Yassine was presenting with all of you, and also now that help us to look at the future, to see how we can base on this. And this started indeed as when we started, of course, last year, but also this year through the elections. But talking about elections, this takes us already in the next steps, because time is flying. The new elections will come soon. So this is something that we will need to look into. And I already throw a message to all of you, like, please run for applications. Like, as you see, like, it's a challenge, of course, to run a board. There is a lot of things happening. It's also a commitment. To be honest, like, it's taking time. But the most important is that finally, like, you're happy just doing what you like. As all of us, why we are here is that we like to share, we like to learn, and of course you will share a lot, you will give a lot, but you will learn so much. Like, this is something that's why I encourage everyone and all of you to run for the next elections. There will be openings, of course, towards December. We'll give more information about this. But if you have any question, you are not sure if you want to do it or if you can do it, that's not even a question. It's more even if you want to do it, if you want to commit to it. So if you have any questions, please come to us, and also to previous board members. We will be very happy to share anything with you. So that's just a message that I wanted to give now here.
Yeah, having this in mind, this is the last AGM that Leila and I chaired as president and vice president. Last year we were also chairing as president and vice president. We just like had switched roles, so to speak. But this just tells us, especially what Leila mentioned in terms of that you all can bring yourselves in. However, and this is also something that feeds into what we discussed in the previous session, we do encourage all of you to run for any position in the board. However, with the prerequisite that you are engaged in oceans, be it through projects, be it through activities, be it through your own department. So it makes a little sense to run for board if you A, have no experience in oceans, and B, I think it's even worse, to have experience in oceans in terms that you are there for 5 years, but you haven't done anything. You don't have any experience in terms of hands-on experience within the network. So, and someone asked us last year, how does election campaign looks like within Oceans. Election campaign lasts the whole year. So many of you who have been implementing projects so far have already started your election campaign for Oceans Board, even though you might not know at this point that you will be running for the board. So your election campaign has already started. People are looking at you, people will notice you sooner or later, and based on your activities currently now, based on the projects you did, based on your activity in the department, they are going to vote for you or not vote for you. So if we can give you kind of a feedback in terms of, especially taking into account in terms of what's going to happen with Oceans, what's going to happen with Oceans Network, what's coming up in the next 1-2 years, it would be bring yourselves in and don't be afraid or don't be hesitant to run. And it's a bit funny that both Leila and I telling you don't be hesitant to run, because both Leila and me we were hesitant to run 2 years ago, and actually I had a secret deal with Leila. 2 years ago, you know, it was Mohammed and Scott and Ilham and some other people who reached out to us and who told us, okay guys, you need to run for president or vice president, and we weren't sure. We didn't have plan to run, neither Leila and I. And then we exchanged and we said like this, okay, I told Leila. Leila was like, no, Samir, you should be running for president. And I said, no, you should be, and we did the deal. We said, okay, Leila, I'm gonna run for president now if you promise me that you're gonna run for president next year. She was like, I don't know, I will see. And I was like, okay, Leila, I'm gonna make you by legal remedies that you run next year. So what I did last year at AGM, and the ICF and Claire, and no, last year it was Andres, they were collecting signatures at the registration desk. So what I did when Leila arrived, I put the contract below her signature. So instead of putting the signature on a signatory list, she put the signature on contract where she obliged herself that she is going to run for president next year. And then Leila was like, no, Samir, I didn't tell you. I said just maybe. I took my contract, 17 pages, with her signature at the end, and I was like, Leila, I'm so sorry, but force of law is stronger than your word now. So that's why we are very happy that Leila was an excellent, highly dedicated president throughout the whole mandate. So I would like to also, she's still, and she is the best role example and role model for any board member, especially the president. So whoever comes in a president role next year, or basically already in December, January, you will have big shoes to fill. Yes. But don't feel pressure. No pressure, of course. You know. But in any case, what Leila has been given in terms, what Leila gave, it's not really visible. You know, and a lot of this.
Can I say something?
Yes.
And Leila has proven that female leadership is much better than. And I have to be a little bit selfish in this sense, because when I arrived on my first mandate, you know, there was the questions, you know, Samir, what are you going to, you know, deliver on your leadership and on your kind of electoral promises, and I said, you know, I promise you that the next president is going to be female. No offense to you.
Yeah, of course, I accept it.
She's not saying that Leila did a better job. No, she's not saying that.
No, I didn't even say that she's...
ladies' powers.
Absolutely. And it is something that when we arrived in the board, we did notice we need more girls in the board, but not only more girls as in terms of number, because we do know that the girls that we have within Oceans, the female members, are can bring much more, you know, than maybe sometimes that they can think they can bring. So especially on top of that, you know, a special message to the girls within Oceans: don't be afraid to run, and don't be kind of hesitant to run, especially also with the guys who are sometimes too much confident and then they run. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
A clap for mixed board ladies.
Yes. And big clap for the current lady president. Thank you very much, Leila.
Thank you, Leila.
And also, I have to say thank you very much. Thank you very much to. I mean, this now sounds like a farewell. But I also, like, speaking of the current leadership, I also have to say thank you very much for all the previous board members
the members that came directly before Leila and me, but also of all the board members who were here in the past years, because we are really standing on the shoulders of giants. Some of the giants are also here in the room, and I thank them for their activism and for their bringing themselves in, despite the fact that they are now parents and they have maybe even other priorities, but having in mind that they are still here, present in person, often online. It's a huge thing, and I think it's something that should be respected, cherished, and taken as something that all of us can look up to.
Absolutely, and here actually I would like to really thank everyone here and everyone in the board, because indeed when you are joining a board, of course you are not alone. You are surrounded by everyone, by all members. So please, that is actually a call for all of you to think about applying for, running for it. Like, run for the board, ask for what is like behind, what are the roles, and yeah, go for it. And actually, we must say that indeed, as a board, one of the main aspects as well is that you will, of course, link a lot with members, but also with support service team on all activities. And this is why actually this is part of the main part of activities that we're doing last year behind the scene. Now this year, actually, I must say that I feel as well more like in the ground, in the field, to see what is happening in terms of activities and of tangible actions. But it's true that last year, and under actually your presidency, Samir, we were a lot under meetings, like dozens of online meetings, to see what we can do better, how we can structure all this. So there was a lot of things happening, and this is like all the inception phase that we are doing together with our sister organization to make sure that it fits our identities, who we are, where we come from, and where we want to go. So there was a long process behind this, but it's like, it's not a finished process. Of course, like, it will change every time. We need like to adapt to the changes, and this is also linked with a lot of activities that we are doing. Last year, remember, there was an ESA survey that was shared to understand what's happening for all members, like at the organizational level, but at Oceans as well. We try to understand better who we are and what we want for all. And here, I would like to thank particularly Vittoria for conducting very well the survey of the organization, and to open actually the floor to everyone to share your expectations, how you want to contribute, what we want further, and at a later stage we will be able to have an overview of the results, and of course after this part we will discuss more on the next steps, how we take it on board. So I'll not be longer on this, but indeed we talked about the strategy consultations, and indeed as a working plan, that was also what we were defining, and we'll discuss it later. And because the idea behind is also to define our priorities, because of course we want to do so many things, like ideas are coming, and the thing is that to be realistic, that's another thing, and to make sure that we make it happen, and also knowing that we are all volunteers, so we can't, of course, just push everyone beyond our limits. And another thing is also is by doing our strategy, we need to know who we are, and by knowing who we are, we can know where we go, and for this we need a mapping, because we need to know how many people first we are in the networks, where we are located, because we can like have just an overview like this, but if we don't have like the specific numbers, specific data, that is difficult, and this is something that we work on, and at this stage today we are not able to share those updated data. You had it last year, but we want to offer like a clear picture, and we will do it in a proper online session, because as we tell you already, we didn't have maybe enough online interactions before, but we will call in more opportunities, like through the Oceans Cafe, but also through information session, and this will be included as well. So we will update about this, and of course the idea was to mobilize fully all the departments and all members through the departments. So here as well, I will not go further, but indeed I would like to thank Marcelo in mobilizing and calling for new active members in the communication team. That is very precious, and as you see, the communication is blooming, and thank you so much for everything. But of course, we will hear more from all head of the departments in a while, so I will not be much longer. Maybe Samir.
Yeah, I think in that sense, what happened also this year was, in terms of activities, quite a difference than compared to last year, especially due to the fact that, and this is also something that we try to communicate with members, that 2024 in comparison with 2025 was a year of transition mainly. And it also was a year where the whole board was operable, let's say, from between April and December. And a year in which we unfortunately did not have opportunity to implement projects due to budget reasons, due to logistical reasons, and it was only in this year that we started to implement projects. However, we did manage to organize our yearly events, such as this one. We did manage to later to represent Oceans on international events, international fora, and I will not go back and repeat what Leila said today. If you do find an opportunity, an event, a conference on global stage, it doesn't have to be in your local community or in your country or even in your continent. Feel free to reach out to the organizers and then reach out to us. And this especially serves for especially continents such as Australia, where unfortunately we don't have any members. So especially for the places where Oceans is not represented, this is something that we would like to expand. Also our activities, our work on the ground, and having in mind, as you have heard also from Claire, the new call is going to be published in a month or two later this year. Take into account that this is something that you should be also planning in advance. And what you see this year for 2024-2025, the slide which is behind our back for next year will be shaped by your activities. So 2024-2025 is not only what board has implemented, it's basically what Oceans members have implemented. And that's why for next year we would also really love to see different additional activities that you will be implementing in your local community on the ground, but also opening new frontiers and horizons worldwide. And it is already something that in a way has been implemented this year, so feel free to reach out to those people whom you saw on the stage today, but also to board directly, because there are some additional people who could not make it either to the event or we couldn't involve all of them on stage. But in any case, those are activities and lessons learned that we can also warmly recommend you to implement in a similar way or even expanded way, having in mind that we have already some experience on the activities that have been held this year.
Absolutely, and then of course you are all encouraged for this, and to also make sure that you have the skills and possibilities to intervene during activities and to actually lead our mandate. What we are here to do is of course we are doing capacity buildings and other activities. So here I would like to just go back to two of our key activities that we did this year, but under work package 2 actually, and with the great support from ICF again. Actually we had the ESA capacity building and training in Brussels, where we were able to meet and to join over ESA organization to see how we can cooperate further, but also how we can communicate, because indeed that is important, that we are equipped with the right skills before being asked to contribute to our common work. And also something that I wanted to point is that indeed we are seeing each other in face to face, and this is a luxury indeed, as we started by already saying today and yesterday, is that also in parallel we have a lot of activities online, and this is also one of the activities that we had, and we promised that we will open more spaces like this online where we can also discuss, and that will not be led by the board. Actually, we will ask for all of you to bring your ideas, contribute, and it will be in form of different forms, and we also have more onboarding sessions, and for this again I thank the Community Development Department for all this. So I will just conclude by mentioning here as well the capacity building activity that we held in Vietnam this year, and the idea is indeed that we have yearly those activities more on the regional basis, and of course linked to local activities, and this was the case here. So some of you were there, and we look forward for the next one. So we have plenty of more activities here, but for now we like everything can't fit here. But I would just like to jump on what Samir said. We are looking forward for the next time we meet to have all your activities and all the next activities that we'll do this year together. So I will not be longer on this session, and actually now we will stay here with Samir because we will call the rest of the board to join us on stage. Thank you.
The rest of the board who are present here, because as you know, Mohammed Rajai from Iran could not be with us, so that's why we are not in a full composition.
Indeed.
Try. Yes, or anyone.
So maybe, because now what we want to present is actually our annual working plan that we were working on this year. So with the main activities, it's not exhaustive because some things will come in between and will be built, and it will be, now we'll go through all the main lines. We will not go into details, don't worry for this, but it will be shared with you right after this event online. So like this you can have it, and of course if you have any suggestion and anything that you see is missing and we should be there, like of course anytime reach out to us. And maybe we can start with the horizontal actions. That is, of course, something that, well, to all the tasks we are working together, but of course we are dividing more specifically. But horizontally is indeed the regular cooperation with ICF on our activities, the preparation of this annual conference and annual general meeting that I must say that, and point this, sorry. This line here, that of course is not only the board working here, and here I would like to give a particular thanks to all members of the task force, but I will come back to it later. So, so indeed, those all activities we try. Actually, we appreciate a lot of support from all members. And of course, the idea is to prepare the short and long-term strategy for oceans. And the idea actually today, but not only like last year, what we did for the AGM, having the World Cafe, having the breakout room session, is not something that we keep, that we have only here and after we go and we don't take on board. We take it, we report from it, and we build on it. So the idea, and this is what came, for example, for the advisory board, and also over ideas that the departments will head of department will explain further, is of course to build a strategy on that. So this is ongoing, and we look forward for it. So after there is more specific tasks that the presidency is indeed doing, as Samir, as
so basically, what we have been doing in this year and last year, we can speak. Well, at least two of us now have been here for 2 years, which gives kind of brief institutional memory of 2 years. And we have been, besides the direct cooperation with the ICF, and besides organizing the events on the ground, president and vice president are generally, and this is also important for those planning to apply, are generally responsible in overlooking what is in generally happening with the network, especially president being in charge of having a general overview of the network, and vice president in this sense assisting the president. However, there is in a lot of cases situations where both president and vice president need to jump in situations that is it either related to representing oceans as a network, leading certain workshops that in one or another way some of the board members or members within the network is not able, or at least not available to do so. Generally speaking, be prepared for those of you working towards applying for board positions, especially president and vice president, to be versatile and to cover several playing fields and several areas. Speaking of the events, what I would like to point out is organizing on-the-ground events, especially board meetings and AGM, annual conference, does not always depend on our preference. Often we are limited exactly due to the reason which we stressed this morning, and these are visa limitations. As presidency, but also as, of course, helped through the board and by the board, for every of these events, and I will not be going through all of them. Often we were checking which country, going on the websites of the ministries of foreign affairs of EU countries, trying to see which of the country has the least amount, or percentage-wise least amount of rejected visa applications, which is something that's happens in the background. Sometimes we were like saying, okay, it would be cool, to establish cooperation with universities in Iceland. And then we were like, okay, let's maybe have AGM in Iceland. And then the next obstacle that we had was, well, okay, Iceland doesn't have embassies, throughout the world. And in that case, some people might even have to, travel across the continent just to apply for a visa. Then later we would not know if this visa would be approved. And even this application for a visa, costs money just to send someone to apply and back. So at the end of the day, what we were doing, was trying to find the most suitable country in terms of visa approval rates, countries that have embassies in most of the countries throughout the world, and in that sense, a lot of countries just are not option anymore. And this is, I have to say, unfortunately, be also one of the key steps also for the new board in terms of planning and preparing, and that's why even this year we're just discussing maybe it might be a sensible idea to organize next year's AGM and annual conference in a country such as Turkey, for example, because Turkey has a pretty liberal visa regime in that sense, and it's also it's also kind of accessible to people traveling to Turkey, to Istanbul being a hub. We're not saying we will organize it there, and we're not saying, but it might be sensible, and this is something that we are looking into. We spoke this morning about collaboration within ESA, with sister organizations. Generally speaking, in oceans, Vice President is responsible to dealing with ESA-related matters as a ESA liaison person, and this is in addition to general tasks that the Vice President has. One of the core tasks, I would say, and it plays a great, significant role, as in this case we are cooperating with, it's not a sister organization, but it's an umbrella organization of sister organizations. But I think we covered it this morning quite a bit. On this slide, what we could then point out in addition, maybe communications team and maybe colleagues might take over. Marcelo, yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Marcelo Assis. I'm head of communication. I'm so happy in the first years I'm here with Hadin. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Leila. So the communication plan is very long because I will talk about the specific points more important today for us. My points. First, today we did our first live stream on YouTube. It's very, very important, first time. It's okay, more or less, but I'm trying in other occasion. So, and the first current adaptation of the Oceans brand and social media. Our channel is new channel, is organized, is and the face of the oceans in this moment and the transformation of the brand. Communication campaigns, publicity actions, projected opportunities with Victoria and Yassine too. Create of the communication ambassador group is very, very important because we discuss about the communication, the best practices, and others. Start of the edition of the Oceans magazine, this online edition, is second semester of the year. And final online training with experts in the area on the behavior and the good practice in social media, scheduled for the second half. And this year, I don't have the agenda for this, but in second semester it is. Well, is this. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, okay.
It's on.
All right. Community development. Basically, the idea here during this term was. Are you listening to me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we are.
Sorry. The idea was to make sure that we would enhance the representation, not only in communications, which I think is really important. Something that was really bothering me was that I wasn't recognizing myself in the photos or in the communication or in the initiatives in the past. Like I won't talk about the banner. But basically, the idea here was bringing people from everywhere because we have people all over the globe. And we have such an amazing experience when we gather all together and share the differences between our cultures. And anyway, so the first thing here was receiving and welcoming the new members, for which we started the online welcome meetings. We had our first onboarding meeting. The idea is to give an introduction about the network, explain to the members on how they can stay active, how can they apply to the projects, and then answer to their doubts. It was a success. We had 45 people online with us, and in the time of the questions, everyone wanted to know so many things about the network. And we plan to do more and more. So don't worry if you weren't able to participate, you'll be able to go next time. And the mentorship program, which we discussed today in the breakout rooms, is something that every time we share with our members, they give more ideas to make even better. So the first step was given. We will be launching the mentorship training with ICF, and we will be launching the call for the task force. So whoever is interested in participating in the mentorship training can be applying to this, and will be able to participate on the mentorship program. And this will also welcome better the new members that are going to enter the network. The preparation of the AGM, here we are, so I guess it's okay. And about the representation, which was the main goal for me. This year, we are working really hard with our sister organizations. We are representing more and more oceans in the events. And this is being really important because we are meeting so many special people and talking about our similarities and differences. And this is being very good because, for example, in the mentorship program, this will be with a partnership with the sister organizations. So each time, all the things that we do to improve, I can't. All the things that we do to improve will be spreading to all the organizations. And also the regional spotlight, which is basically when I ask for the members to record a video so I can post on Instagram. The idea here is bringing the amazing stories that we have in our members. So the first one to record the video was Pedro, and he showed us his story and how he entered oceans and anyway. And then we had Gervin from Philippines. The idea is always having people from different places that we don't know. Me, for example, I didn't know Gervin, and so we won't only know people from seeing them on site. And I talked with some members, but if you have interest in recording a video and sharing your story, please reach me, and we can talk about it. And this is me yet? Oh my God, I'm talking. I'm really sorry I'm talking too much, but basically the idea here is that all of you feel represented and welcomed in the network. Doesn't matter if you're new or not, and if you have any suggestions, I'm always open. So let me know.
Hello guys again. Actually, you heard a lot about project, but I will talk about the strategy. So our motivation is like to establish a department as an organization for a long term, for a strategic, because we have been losing everything. We have been losing the experiences and so on. And also for the practical or the tactical objective is like increase the project implemented in quantity and quality. That is the point. And we based our strategy and also annual working plan in 3 pillars, which is the communication. The 2 pillars like act before, during, and after the launch of any call. The communication is like communication, the information, dissemination, simplification of the information by creating some content, visuals, handouts, and so on, and also contacting people, P2P, webinars, and so on. And also there is a documentation. We create documents about the framework, about the call, about everything. It's like we uploaded on the community portal group of the project department, but also we can share it in WhatsApp group. But also we put it on community portal by inviting indirectly people to be part of the group on the community portal, because that allowed them later to vote for the head of the department. Later, if you are part of the community portal group, because it's not enough only to be part of the WhatsApp group. There is also archiving, which is this give us the possibility to do the transfer of learning of all these experiences and knowledge. It's like after the completion of each activity, so we're gathering all this information, the proposals. Of course, we're taking into consideration the privacy stuff, etc. It would be in the hand of the board, but also in the ICF. But we are archiving everything regarding the project. For example, if there is a project that have taken place, for example, in Senegal, any member that who want to make something in Senegal will find like the basis, the contact, the university, and people that have been there, so we can accumulate experiences and knowledge upon that previous project experience. So that's it generally. Regarding the timing or schedule, so we are flexible in the project department because we are very dependent to the launch of the call. We adapt our strategy according to the call, but this is the main pillars for the working planning. That's all. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Guys, so for my department this year, we have 3 focus: that integration of members in the community, rules of procedure, of course, and building opportunity for you guys. So the first thing we're supposed to do is the improvement and the voting of the rules of procedure. We have a little bit of delay because of comments from the EC, but we are supposed to have a EGM to vote these changes and implement as fast as we can. Probably hopefully, I hope, but probably in this mandate already. Next one, please. Who is it? Okay. We are also working with departments as community manage and communications to help integrate more members in the Oceans network. And this is important because we want you guys involved. We need volunteers. We are here. We are volunteers. So you are really important for us. So we are here to serve you. So it's really important that you are engaged in the community. So it's a working that is already happening. Timeline is to the end of the mandate, of course. And the last one is creating a contact sheet with universities all around the world for you guys have these contacts in your country to propose, implement projects and in other things as well. So in this contact sheet, you have the contacts of members of university, student bodies, and this kind of things. And if you live in the country, you can access that and ask questions and help implement this kind of projects. Okay? I'll be quick because you're proud of me.
Thank you so much. And now, in the absence actually of our dear Mohammed Rajai, that couldn't come because, of course, he is in Iran, and all our folks are with him. Is the current head of international affairs in oceans. We would like now actually to invite Mohammed Ashkar, the previous head of international affairs, to cover.
Okay, thank you, Laila. May you allow me just to stay here so we can keep our place of Mohammed Rajai reserved as a respect to him. So may I just speak from my place as a message of his place. So on behalf of Mohammed Rajai, I would like to explain the two things that he had listed on the annual plan. First, launching a call for the national representatives that we had launched 2 years ago after the AGM we had in Vienna. Now the national representatives' mandates finishes this summer, and now we are we have declared more what is national representatives, and we are ready for new call and for more expansion in the national representatives. And maybe we may have a look at the regional representatives after national representatives, which if the national representatives could be launched by Mohammed, inshallah, if the situation gets better within the few months, like few more months after the national representatives, should be regional representatives call. Strength international collaboration and partnerships. This have been going very well, very great, thanks as well with the collaboration with the projects department. And of course the whole board. They are reaching out to many places, many organizations, many destinations, and that's assisting so much with the international coordination department. The international coordination department really relies on all members, not only on its own group members. So we try to take advantage of the projects being done. Thank you, Yassine. And to benefit it from inside the international coordination group. There have been some tries to connect universities that we have mentioned before earlier in this AGM. We hope to make it. We hope that we really start see, let's say, 2 universities has collaborated just because oceans made them meet each other, and we see students going from university to another just because oceans worked on this. Inshallah, we see this someday, and I hope next AGM we see Mohammed here, not me.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone and for all this, because indeed this is a planification that we can't achieve alone. So this can be done only with all of you. And your involvement is not only precious, but needed and essential. And now actually we would like to open to just a few minutes to questions and to feedback. And of course, as we say, we will share it with you. So anytime you can reach out to us. But if you have any question or feedback, please let us know.
A question.
I am the animator now.
Sorry, this question is actually not from me, but it came online from the, let's say, from Yuda on the live on YouTube. Yes. He's asking, first he's saying hi, okay, to everyone. Hi, Yuda. He's saying, wait. His question is how the local government would like to have partnership with oceans. Any local government in any country. I can add, yeah, I have asked. So he's saying in the context of doing capacity building, like partnership to study in EU, for example, or other capacity building.
Maybe just stay here. Cooperating in terms of study.
He couldn't hear you.
I was muted the whole time.
This is what he says.
Okay, I mean, Yuda, I will get back to you bilaterally on this, not to take time maybe, because I will just try to cut the story short. I explained the context of your project in end of July, Yuda. What we can generally recommend is for universities and national governments to reach out directly to the European Commission. That's option A. Option B is for universities to sign bilateral agreements with universities in the EU. Option C is to apply for EU funds through Horizon Project, through Erasmus Mundus joint programs, and through that kind of pot of money to secure funds for sending their students abroad. Again, what we as Oceans can do is offer advice for students mainly, not that much for universities, but also we can also try to link university representatives with the representatives of European Commission. I don't know if anyone of the board or anyone in the room would have anything to add. Any additional questions?
Any compliments? Anyone wants to send regards to who's watching?
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the good work which is being done by the boards, the current board, and I commend you on that. Please keep it up, and if you need support, don't hesitate to invite us to support you. I want to talk about not really a question, but regarding the promotion of Ocean Network. When I see it starts also from the promotion of our social medias. Right now I'm watching the live session because I want to use this particular example. We have just 20 subscribers for the YouTube page. Here now we are more than 20. So how can we promote Ocean if we are not even active, or we don't subscribe to the social media page and this, which is not very good. So let's think, and all of us, let's go and subscribe and like and promote our social media. One of the way also to promote Ocean Network. Thank you.
Go Oceans! Anyone else something? Hands down. Here. Attention, attention.
Um, Thank you so much. It's not really a question. First of all, I would like to thank you for the well presentation that you've done, and thank you for being here. Being my first time, I'm impressed to see the activities and everything that is happening. It's well organized. So it's just a contribution. One of the things that was being presented is the online meetings that are done. So I wanted to just say that most of the times when you're having online meeting, I think you would use the platforms that are well known by most people, like downloaded. For example, Teams, Google Meet. Because I remember the last meeting that we had, most people failed to join in because they couldn't access is it WebEx? Yeah, so I think when having such meetings, use the most common platforms to stream. Thank you.
Just to clarify. Okay, we have 1 minute. We really wanted to use Google and the other most common platforms, but the ICF gave us a license for WebEx, so we could record the meeting for the members who couldn't join. So that's why we made it on WebEx. But I will let them know and see if we can change maybe the platform. Thank you very much. 1 minute, anyone else? No? This is the last chance? Just next year now? No, no, no? That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you a lot to everyone for sharing our plan for today and for all your feedbacks and questions. And now for this last session, for now we would like to give the word to the Erasmus Plus support service team to give more information on the reimbursement process. Thank you. Mic. Yeah, the mic is here.
This one doesn't work, but. Yeah, it works. This one works. That one doesn't. There you go.
With this one? This one. Okay, sorry. Okay, hello everyone. I hope that by now you already know who the disturbing, annoying guy who keeps on rejecting your preferred travels or your accommodation and so on and so forth is. That would be me, not Daniel, guys. I'm telling you, if you ever want to be mean to somebody. Oh, it's working. Okay, so if you want to be mean to anybody, guess what? That would be me, not Daniel. Because he needs to get my approval first before coming back to you. So I can be mean through Daniel. Just saying, all right? Okay, yes, I'm the annoying guy. But I always make sure that I don't, all right? I try to be as fair as possible, but I want you to keep on remembering that there are certain rules that I have to follow, including my team. So it's not that I don't want to, it's not that I can or I don't have the budget, all right? Just to clarify that. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so what is eligible for reimbursement? I'm gonna keep it very short, all right? Because I don't think I need to read the PowerPoint. Obviously, most of you can read it. All of you can read it, not most of you, all right? So I'm just gonna be keep it very short, practical, provide some practical examples on what is reimbursable and what is not, all right? So I'm not going to focus on this. So this one is important. So what is reimbursable? So obviously flights, economy, guys. If you ever come to me and say, oh, I want to fly business class because I just want to fly business class. Well, guess what? My answer would be probably no. I can't afford that. We cannot afford that, all right? So, because you're a lot of people, and obviously a lot of people would like to travel business class, but that's not possible, all right? Again, business class, public transportation, I can trains, private cars, but private cars, okay, you need to provide me some pieces of information. And what I mean by that. So let's say, for example, you would like to travel from your city to the event city, all right? You can use your personal car, obviously. Perfect. But I would need some sort of proof, such as a screenshot of the itinerary that you will be following, in kilometers, and that would be all pretty much. That's all I need. But the more information you provide me, the better would be, all right? So again, taxes in this case. Usually we don't approve taxes, but there's always a but here, all right? So if, for example, you have to travel from your city to another city, and you know, there questions at the end? Great. If you have to travel from one city to the to another, and you know, the path might be a little bit dangerous in certain regions because I've worked a lot with Africa, with ASAF lately. I mean, in that case, the more information you provide me, the better. I will be more than happy to push and get that approved. So, of course, there's always a but in most of the things. All right. Usually, when you're using private car, I can reimburse you this amount per kilometer, so 0.28, and that includes, of course, parking and so, etc., etc., etc. All right. Lovely. Okay, local transfer, but not the taxes. Yes, that's very important. Let's say that you're arriving back home from an event around 12 o'clock or 2 a.m. or something like that. Obviously, to not hesitate to ask for a taxi. Definitely, I'm going to approve it because there are not a lot of options. All right. Good. Lovely.
May I just ask a question? Because yesterday we had this question. So if someone arrives at midnight,
Yeah.
do they need to ask for your permission?
Yes. No. Everything you do, guys, you need to ask for permission. Otherwise, pardon?
Sometimes it's not possible. So, for example, if in case my flight is late for 5 hours, it's Sunday night. My initial plan was not to take a taxi.
No. In this case, I'm talking for something else. What I mean here is that we've booked your flight today, all right? So you got your tickets. In that, once you see the time that you will be arriving, you can always drop me a line and saying that, hey. Pardon? What did you say? No, I'm just saying that when we book your flight, obviously you have a couple of days ahead of you before you fly, all right? So in that case, just send me an email saying that, hey, I will be arriving back home at 12 o'clock, all right? So is it possible for me to use a taxi? I will be like, okay, approved, go ahead. When you get back home after a week, for example, you will be able to get a taxi. Now, in case something happens and you fly back home and there is a delay or something like that, yeah, obviously take a taxi and then just provide me the information, the receipt, and so on and so forth. The more, as I said before, the more pieces of information you provide me, the better, because I will be able to push and just get that approved. All right? But usually, if you have, for example, 12 days ahead of you before your flight, then yes, you can just drop me a line saying that, hey, I would require a taxi to return back home safely. All right? Is that clear?
Even though if the flight lands at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Because the text says the text says that you need approval unless it's between 10 a.m. and 6 a.m. Then it's okay. Or we do not understand.
No. So basically, guys, this one, okay, I understand you're reading, but I'm here. You can ask me whatever you want. So what I say from early in the morning, from 10 a.m. for example, up until 6 or 11 or 10 or whatever that says, you can use, for example, a taxi, not 10 a.m. I'm sorry, 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. exactly. All right. So in case for example, you have a connection, all right? You've already taken the plane, and there is a delay, for example. In that case, and you arrive, for example, let's say at 11 o'clock. Just go ahead, take the taxi, make sure you keep the receipt, and tomorrow morning, send me the receipt and the email saying that, hey, I arrived during this period of time. I wasn't really able to find a public transportation, so I took a taxi. That's all. But, of course, absolutely.
But
anything.
But what if there is a public transportation, but still due to for example, if we are taking a public transportation from the airport to the station, and still someone will have to walk 600 meters to their home, and it might not be safe. It doesn't have to be Africa. It could be Germany.
Yes. That's a special situation. That I have to ask. For that particular one, we have to discuss internally because it's a specific situation. In case you would like to do that, obviously you can, but I cannot promise you 100% that that would be reimbursed because it has to be discussed internally because this is a policy, but again, policies can be adjusted according to the situation. That's what I'm trying to say here. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Do I need to keep this? I have a strong voice. Okay. Yes, go ahead. 6:10.
And I just found out that the bus AM 10 a.m. I just found that the bus might not be working around 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So in this case, what should I do?
So you're leaving tomorrow, for example, at 6 a.m. in the morning. So your flight is at 6 a.m. Oh yeah, in that case, obviously, yes, you can take a taxi. But I mean, just provide me a couple of information later on, just letting me know what was the situation, and the more information you provide me, the better. Because for me, I would be able to explain, for example, to my team that, hey, this particular participant was unable because his flight is at 6 a.m. in the morning. There was not any public transportation for. So in that case, we definitely have to provide him his reimbursement. Yeah. As I said, I mean, there's always something that you can bend this policy depending the situation. Just please make sure to include us. It's not that I'm going to reject, but I need to have some pieces of information just to be able to understand what has happened. Yes, go ahead. I don't know. Excuse me, come again? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then land back and drive home.
Yeah.
Do you cover the airport parking?
No.
Yeah, that's what
No. This is so no. Within this 0.28 per kilometer, it's everything is included. As you can see, there's somewhere depicted here. So basically, we only provide this amount of euros per kilometer, and that includes the gas, everything. Okay. Yeah, but of course, I mean, if you can take your personal car to go to the airport, and then that will be reimbursed. Okay, all right. So I need to change that. Okay, do we have any other questions so far? Is it clear? All right. So I'm moving on. Again, this is something that also needs to be we need to pay attention. So the visa cost. So guys, everything you do for your visa, it's reimbursed. I mean, if you have to drive in another city, guess what? You will get the money back. 0.28 euros, right? Okay. Meals, again, breakfast, usually we manage to book, it's included in the hotel and what we're offering you. But in case that breakfast is not, here is for your breakfast, you can spend 10 euros, for your lunch 18, dinner 18, all right? But always keep in mind, if we are offering you, for example, lunch, dinner, and breakfast, but you don't like it, so you want to go outside, guess what? The answer is going to be no. All right? But if let's say you arrive, like in your case, you arrived yesterday a little bit late, so you missed lunch, all right? Guess what? You can. I would be more than happy to reimburse you. I would have been more than happy to do that. But again, please let me know. Otherwise, I cannot just decide, all right? Okay, yes, go ahead. I cannot hear you, I'm so sorry.
My breakfast costs 12 euros on the reimbursement, right?
Okay, obviously, it's just, okay. these are semantics. Obviously, I mean, it's not such a big difference. But if you go and have breakfast for 20 euros, I'm going to be like, okay, that's double the price. I mean, 1 or 2 euros above or 1, 2 euros below, it's not the huge. Pardon? Oh, it's next. Yeah. Okay, so that would be all. Sorry.
So basically, if breakfast costs 12 euros, it will be covered.
Yeah. I mean, don't exaggerate. Do not exaggerate that.
So I wanted to ask. Sometimes, for example, if lunch costs 15.
Yeah.
And if breakfast costs 14.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
I mean, okay, it's not a biggie. All right, but again, just let me know. I mean, we can discuss internally. I mean, I know you might have a lot of questions right now, but again, I mean, there is a team deciding, all right, and we have to discuss and just be like, okay.
All of us, we are young people, full potential. We need a lot of energy.
I get it. That's why I'm here, trying to answer all of your questions. But please keep in mind, just do not exaggerate. I mean, 12 euros would be okay. 14 euros? 20 euros? It's a no. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Scott. Excuse me, yes?
Emails, how we can fill out the form, essentially transferring back everything, you'll review it and then send it back and say you need to change this, and this.
Well,
You said everyone, us all sending you 50 emails, you send it back 50 emails, then send another 50 emails, and then submitting it.
Well,
just a proposal.
To be honest with you, that's why we give you this threshold. Let's say, keep that in mind whenever you you would like to use you would like to spend some money. Then, if something is, we think that it's very extra, then yes, you're going to get an email saying that, okay, this charge, this is not approved because this is over the budget assigned to you, and so on and so forth. But obviously, just we will try to pre-approve something, or we will get at least some idea of what has happened, all right? But generally, keep in mind that I think these are, we can work very easily with those kind of prices, but don't exaggerate, please. I mean, a breakfast for 20-25 euros. Okay, I mean, what have you eaten exactly? I mean, come on. All right. Yes, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Oh yeah. That's included in the yes. You can just you can fill up the form, absolutely, because that's a part. Yes, is this your first time? I assume yes, it makes sense. Yes, it's a part of your visa visa expense, so you can just send another. Yes.
And basically, then in that case, just to clarify, can they also file the reimbursements for breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Yeah, in one form, absolutely. Yeah. That's in the following slide. Let me. Any other question? Nope. This is your last chance, huh? Okay. Hi there.
Sorry, I have one question being raised. Actually, it was really new on me, since I even thought that I have been traveling a lot, asking lots of reimbursements. Some people said this time that they can ask for visa cost reimbursements, and then after the event ask for the event's costs. Do you prefer this way? Or
I mean, it can work. It can work. Yeah, absolutely. Ideally, we would like everything at the end.
Yeah.
Because it's easier for us to have everything in one Excel document and be like, okay, Mohammed, what? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Okay, good. Bye. You see, instead of we constantly having to go back and forth, check. Oh, what? Mohammed again. Okay, what was the previous one? Okay. So it would be easier for us. If you want to make our life a living hell, obviously you can just file a couple of them. But please do not do that. I mean, feel sorry for us, you know? We're human beings. Okay. True point. Absolutely, absolutely. So, any other questions? This is your last chance, Mohammed. Okay. Okay, so what is not eligible? Obviously, I explained that. We don't have to spend more time on this slide. Okay, the process here. All right, so basically, I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to provide you a more practical situation. So around Wednesday, because that's when I'm going back to work. Sorry. Okay. So around Wednesday, you will be receiving an email from me. All right. In that email, I will be providing you the link to the feedback survey. Hold on, who said that? You rock. The feedback survey, and below that there is a paragraph in which we provide you, for example, the link to this PowerPoint and the link to the reimbursement. And then next to it, we tell you, like, you have up until this date in which you have to file for your reimbursement. All right? So you click on that, and then you just follow the instructions. Once you enter that particular document, you will find another link to two different links actually. The first one would be for the Excel document in which you have to provide all the information regarding the expenses you've made, and the other link would be to check the currency, because it depends. If you want to get reimbursement in euros, you can do that. Just provide that piece of information to the Excel document. If you would like to be reimbursed in your local currency, though, you can still do that. All right? But just again, as I said before, you just need to let us know through the form. Boom. This is the link to one of the things. Whatever, we don't need that. Continue. Hey, an actual example. Wow. So, first column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how many expenses you have. All right? Clear? Perfect. Then, the date. Obviously, the receipt. You can find the date, and you can just provide. You can just type that in. Then the nature of the expense. What was this expense? So, for example, the name, bus tickets, or breakfast, or lunch, or a drink. Well, not drink. You know, not. But whatever you want. Okay. And then next column, the amount. The next one again, the currency, exchange rate. So for example, now we're spending things in SEK and Swedish crown. You put that over there. And then here, this is tricky. It's the second link that I told you in the beginning, right? The second link would be, this one, the exchange rate, the info euro. So basically, you can have actually the best piece of advice that I can give you guys is to have two windows open. One would be for the Excel document, and the second one would be exchange rate, the info euro, right? So, for example, right now we are spending Swedish crown. The currency is Swedish crown, right? So let's say you spend for your lunch 300 crowns, okay? Then you click on this link, this website, and you go here. And you provide the information as you see it here. Year 24, month 6th, amount 300 crowns. Here you provide the currency, so in this case the Swedish crown, and then you want that to be turned into euros, and then you will get the final amount, the amount of money over here. 300 crowns is around 30 euros, 29 to 30 euros, all right? Guess what? If you get a lunch 30 euros, you'll probably get rejected, but okay, just saying.
Rejected means not 0, but 18, right?
Well, yes, most probably you're just gonna get 18 euros. And then the rest, okay, it's another topic, but okay. If you wanna be fancy, obviously you can, but okay. All right, so, any questions so far?
I have a request.
Ah, you again, basta. Haydi, go ahead. Fire up.
Can you switch back to the Excel?
Okay.
Okay, so here in the Excel, actually you did a great job with identifying the functions that it's, you just put the exchange rate and it calculates how many euros.
Yep.
But you had almost 10 feet, and sometimes we had more than 10 feet. And when you add the row, then there's no function. So I need to fix it. I need to pull out or copy the function.
You can insert a line over here, and it's going to.
But then the functions below.
You can copy paste the previous line and adjust it over there with the painting thingy.
Just please add 4 or 5 columns.
Well, it depends. Maybe I want to, like, give you a hard time right now.
Okay.
Who knows? We'll see.
Okay.
Any other question? Go ahead.
So, for example, what happens if someone might lose the receipt, for example, and we paid with card? Would you accept the screenshot from the bank account or something similar?
It's gonna be tricky, but most probably yes. But you need to provide us, like, what has happened. Like, how do you lose the receipt? I mean, you're attending.
My dog ate it.
Hey, your dog ate it. That. Oh, oops. Sorry.
Just a short question, actually linked to this as well is. Yes. Another question linked to this actually is also the fee that we can pay in our own currency by our bank when we pay with a different fee.
Oh,
Is it covered?
that's a nice question. That one I have to discuss internal. Can you please send me an email? Can you please send me an email regarding that? Because I'm not 100% sure about it.
Actually, this is a question that I asked myself, not for this reimbursement, but also for the project, because this is something big. Actually, it was quite a considerable amount because I took the tickets of the flight.
Yeah.
And here it's quite, when it's small, I never asked for it. But then when I was looking, and I put it then in the financial report, and I'm not sure about, so I would be curious.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. I can discuss it internally, but please, because there is a chance I might forget it, can you, may I please ask you to send me an email regarding that? Because that's a really good question, I have to say. But again, sorry, something else that I'd like to add. In those kind of situations, yes, okay, obviously I'm going to ask, but to avoid any, if you're not able to reimburse you that amount, I mean, it would be like a really good idea perhaps to use Revolut for in the near future, because in that case we will not have any issues like that, all right? Scott has been raising his hand for some time. Go ahead, Scott, I'm sorry.
So come back to example. 800 euros or 100 krona, it's 30 euros.
Yes.
When I claim it back, I put 180 krona and get the 80 euros back, or just put the 300, and then you'll just send me 180.
So basically just put the entire amount. That would be ideal, because then we will be able to like say, okay, he spent 30, okay, so this is going to be a half and half. So he's going to spend, for example, but again, you know what? It would be better if you can you include that question in your email? Yeah, because I want to be 100% sure about it. And I'm okay? Yeah, because there is a chance they might be like, because again, it depends on the higher level managers and the rules that the commission has put on us and so on and so forth. So please include that question as well, just to be sure that what I'm saying right now is 100%, all right? Because there is a chance that, okay. 5 minutes, hop up, go ahead.
Yes, I want to share an example of what I have with my friend Nana. We went to a restaurant, and after having a dinner, instead of giving us individual,
It's okay, we can still reimburse you. Yes.
how are we going to solve this?
Yeah, it's just one of you is going to submit that, and then you can just, I assume you're going to be able to figure things out.
Because we are not from the same country, so how are we going to?
Opa. Okay.
We did it in Croatia.
Yeah.
So we both submitted same receipt and said I had this, like from it I had 15 euros.
Okay, you can just do it like that. That's a specific question as well.
Okay.
No, okay. Go ahead. Zaruk, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm still learning your names, guys, huh? Go ahead.
Yeah, just maybe Leila can include it in the email. I would like actually to draw your attention in a specific case regarding a project coordinator, which is her name, Montserrat, because he told me about this case, like they are charged with taxes from Mexico when they receive the money, and really she's a bit so confused right now, because she asked us if there is some taxes, maybe she will ask the money back from the participant.
I'm
Like,
so sorry, I'm confused. May I please ask you to repeat yourself?
yeah, the taxes, like from other countries, on the money received from you. That is the point.
The taxes?
Yeah, the taxes from the bank. Yeah.
I read the taxes from the bank. So
The bank fees. I mean, yeah, the bank fees of
So, that's
yeah.
the
This
first-
I would like to draw your attention in this specific case.
Yeah,
because
as I said before, I'm
yeah,
not 100%
you can
sure
add
about
to
it. This is something that again needs to be discussed internally with some other members of the team. But I cannot give you a definite answer as of now because I don't know, to be honest with you. All right, but I will make sure to flag this to the rest of the team and just come up with an answer to Leila, and then she can inform the rest of you. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Example for taking the public transportation from Sfax to Tunis. You can read.
Yeah.
Can read this.
Well,
In Arabic, you can read it.
that's not a biggie for us. We see the price here. We see the price. And do I see perhaps? I also see the date, so I'm cool. We're cool. Yeah. So absolutely no worries about that. 1 minute. 1 minute. Any other questions? Mohammed? Where's Mohammed? Okay, no question, thank God. Okay, thank you so much, guys. That was all. I hope you got a clear idea of how this works. So thank you so much. If you have any other queries, perhaps just do not hesitate, drop me a line. You have my email. All right? Pardon? Oh yeah, I'm partying until then. I'm sorry.
There you go. You turn it off? I don't know. Did not turn it off.
Like that, it's on. It's on.
It's on.
You wanna, yeah, put it in your pocket?
So, yeah. Yes. Yes.
This is on.
Yes.
You're so tired?
You won. Oh, sta coisado, tá feio. Está coisado.
Two minutes. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hi guys. One moment, please. It's just a second. Yes. And just for many thanks the those are the watching on YouTube, because we started in the live stream with 10 people subscribe in our channel, and now you have 27 people subscribe in YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I'm encouraged for more activity in social media and share of the Ocean's social media. Okay, just this. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
It's not.
Actually, if everyone here subscribes now, we will be even more. You can do it. Subscribe, follow. Thank you so much. And indeed, here as we are coming to the end actually of this day already, and indeed I would like to start by thanking everyone who is following us online indeed, and everyone here in the room. And actually, as I mentioned, here we are coming to the end to this program of today, but it's only the start of the next chapter. Actually, the next chapter that we build on together. It's strange to hear myself. So indeed, this day today actually of the annual general meeting, and that is also following the annual conference that we started yesterday, have been very intense days and very rich days of exchanges, of sharing information, ideas, views, and also looking back to what happened during the past months, and also then it's a platform now to look further and to see how we can build together, because indeed the aim is that indeed we are continuing together, but we are mainly evolving together. And for this, we all need to join our forces, to be involved. And for this, we try to put the best format and the best platform for all of us to feel as a safe space where we can express, when we can share, and where we can make impact. So that's the most important. And indeed, having this precious moment where we can all gather and exchange together is key in our activities for the year. But it's not the only one, of course. And we look forward for the plenty of many other activities that are coming in the next weeks, months. Look forward to the other activities that will come in the next weeks. As Vittoria mentioned already, there will be the mentoring training that is coming very soon, actually, in the coming weeks. So you will hear in the next days about it. So look for it in the information, and we invite everyone to be involved, because this will be key in our evolution. Actually, that will make sure that we have a setting in place to have more cooperation and more, let's say, support between each other. So that will be one of the things. On the other aspect that we discussed over ideas, over things that we take together. But in our cases, and I will be very short indeed to conclude for today. The thing is that maybe most of you came with a smaller luggage. And here I speak about physical luggage of clothes and things that you packed with you, and hopefully you are coming back with a bigger luggage, a heavy one, with not only, of course, information, learnings, knowledge, but of hopefully nice moments, nice memories, and joy that you have with you. And this is something that we hope that we can develop more, and that we can increase. And in all cases, what I always say, and that I've learned by experience, of course, it's always heartbreaking to have just few days to meet each other, to stay with each other. But the good thing is that we'll meet again each other somewhere in the world. Let's see what next. So looking forward for this, and let's build oceans all together further. Thank you for everyone, again, for everyone who contributes always. And I would like again to say a particular thanks to everyone here in the task force. And I would like actually to kindly ask you to stand up so everyone can recognize you again and to see the precious work that you did. So please, Yensu, Scott, Yenesu. And Russia. Yes. Of course, Russia. And actually, by this, actually, I already look for next year AGM. And as always, we always call for the support of the task force. So anyone who would like to support, please come in. And also, of course, I thank everyone in the board for all the work done that helped to the organization of this event, but not only to all the activities that we presented before, and to all of you that made all the way from all countries. And we know that the process is not that easy. Now we are seeing, like, we are here with happy faces, but we know always what is the process with organizing all these visas, many trips that you took. Some, I don't know the number of hours, but also you will now take trips back, but hopefully with the same and even more joy than what you came with, and more motivation. So I will wrap now, so like this we can also continue to enjoy it all together during the dinner, but also the visit of Stockholm for those who want to visit. Just a big thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Only dinner time.
Just so now it's finished for our side. Only an announcement, because indeed we felt our mind, but we need to feel again our belly after. So you will have 2 hours. The dinner will be at 8 this time. If I'm right, it will be. It will be again in the same place, but in between, like, we can organize among ourselves for those who want to go to the city and everything. So yeah, perfect. Thank you.